mic's live?
He's probably on the phone or something, I would imagine.
The mics are live. You can call it to order. He had somebody in there he was talking to.
It's October 22nd, 2024. We're here for the budget review. I'll call the meeting to order, and please ask that you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good morning.
Morning.
So, Office of Public Defense. You ready for presentation and maybe just a go through of what you have?
Yeah, I can get into it. Do we expect Eric Johnson to be here?
He's coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you'll see in front of you, I prepared slides. I'm not going to project them. I think going through the software is adequate, but at least the slides allow you to track along the order that I'm going to be addressing any budget changes in. And I think it also allows just for you guys to ask maybe some better questions, seeing it in front of you instead of tracking along my voice. So you'll see the summary of line changes, and I'll go over just everything real fast before we go into the individual ones. On the resource accounts, budget line item 101, the Washington OPD grant's expected to go down about $13,316. That's a projection. We've already applied for that grant. From what I've heard, it rarely ever gets denied to any county. But they do give us an anticipated amount, and it looks like it's going down about $13,000. So,
Any explanation for that, or?
no, they have some kind of matrix that they plug us into. So I think they have an allotted amount of dollars, and then all the counties that apply then get prioritized in I don't know what manner, but it's
Okay.
Position changes. This is, I think, the largest item being requested, and many of the other ones relate to the creation of an employee manager position. And we'll get into that more once we hit that slide, but I'm requesting funding for a manager. It's envisioned to be an employee, a working manager that has about a half load. And like I said, we'll get into that more later. Operating expenditure changes. Most of those will also relate in part to the creation of the manager position, and then some of them are just contractual spend. So, okay. So if we're looking at, I guess we can, so summary of position budget request changes. I've asked to remove funding for a public defense attorney 2. In part, it's to offset the cost of creating the manager position. As a
Will you pull that mic closer to you?
Sure. And I'll repeat myself. So I've asked to remove funding for the public defense attorney 2 position. In part, it is to offset the cost of the manager position, as well. Envisioning having a working manager, we'll have 2 practicing lawyers anyway. And so that position is a bit redundant, because even if we were able to hire a second in-house attorney outside of the manager, we would have nowhere to put them. So I don't think it's necessary to fund that position. And then creating the OPD manager position, I've proposed it at a grade 23, step 7. You'll see the total costs underneath that line with benefits, retirement, and everything else the county provides its regular employees. We could discuss that more later on with the HR manager. That said, I do believe that amount is warranted. That position is usually held by a very senior attorney that is capable of managing all of the contracts, of understanding what goes into even the most serious offenses. And quite frankly, that would be less than that attorney could command, even just taking one of our contracts. But at that price, I have heard of some interest. So I do think that we could get a manager for that amount. I would also note, just as a comparison, so that salary at that grade, I believe, is about $159,000. The rest of the 203 is benefits and retirement. But that is substantially less than, you know, our neighbors across the river are paying. And I still think we can get someone qualified at that amount, but I do think it's a reasonable amount. I also envision that position having a half-time load. So as public defenders, we have about 150 points that can be used under the current system. I'd envision that position having 75 points, which are appointed to that manager, aside from doing the normal managing for the office. And if we use those points for the most serious of cases, as well as plugging in here or there as needed, but if we use them for the most serious of cases, I actually think we would end up saving some money, because the serious cases that we appoint are often the ones that are going to go to trial, that are going to have hourly billing expenses, just because the stakes are so high. So I think assigning those to the manager would also help offset the cost. Now, I have it as slide 5. I don't know if yours are numbered, but it starts with line item 4100, professional services. I'm asking for a decrease of $60,000. This amount this line item funded our old manager, Larry Ziegler. So with Larry leaving, I don't think we need that. However, if the commissioners instead would like to have a contract manager, then this might be worth keeping, although I don't think at that amount we would likely find someone.
Question.
Yes.
So back to the creation of an OPD manager position,
Yes.
209,650 fully funded with benefits. So you described, I believe, that as a half-time position.
No, it'd be a full-time position. I apologize for phrasing it so poorly. It would be a full-time position, a half-time attorney load. So we have 150 points as public defenders. They would have 75 points available to be appointed to them, whereas the rest of their responsibilities would still encompass managing the office. So it's a full-time position, half-time attorney, but I don't see it as a practical matter, having a full caseload and managing the office does get a little bit problematic. Most managers don't carry a caseload.
That was very helpful clarification, because it wasn't working in my mind until you clarified. Thank you.
Okay, well,
So managing the office, you really are managing the contracts, in particular conflict attorneys and making sure scheduling and all the types of things.
that's correct. Making sure we have coverage, responding to accounting or the Board of Commissioners, things like that. But yes, it would be full-time, half-time attorney responsibilities.
Half and half, manager versus attorney.
That's correct.
Thank you.
So I have it as number 6, line item 4112, Superior Court contracts. And I'll caveat this one. We are not requesting a change at this time. That said, all 5 of our felony panel contracts are up for renegotiation. We normally begin that process in November. I do anticipate the market changing because based off of what Benton County does. In part because most of the attorneys on our panel or their panel interchange very easily. We have a joint bench, so so it's rather easy to switch from one side of the river to the other. Obviously, Benton County has had struggles with fully staffing their panels. If they decide to commit more resources to staffing their panels, I believe we would have to remain competitive. So that's something I have kind of previewed with the manager, the county administrator, Eric Johnson, and I would be ready to respond to those questions as well if we want to get into them. District court contracts, it's line item 4113. I'm asking for an increase of $32,000. As we're budgeted right now, we can, let me backtrack. The way our contracts are set up, we have fixed costs, which are the monthly fixed cost that we're going to pay every attorney on the contract, and then we have variable costs. So as we're funded right now in district court, we can cover all of the fixed costs. There is one contract that is completely variable, but it's the amount of work they do is consistent enough that we've averaged it out to about $2,700, $2,800 a month. That is not provided for with the current budget. So on average, it's going to be about $32,000 a year for that contract, and we are just asking for the increase for that contract. And you'll see in the slide there's more detail about that contract. They are essentially felonies that get filed in district court. Say that's where felonies go to die. But for some reason or another, it can help as we get towards the end of the year and our felony panel starts reaching their max points that they can have in a year. Sometimes the prosecutor's office will look at their cases a little closer and prioritize maybe this is a first-time offender on a low charge. We'd give them an opportunity down in district court. And that's kind of how those cases make it down to district court. Line item 4199, district court contracts therapeutic. So the request remains at $60,000. What I will say is last year, or when our therapeutic courts were created, district court and Judge Orozco received a grant to fund a lot of the expenses. My understanding is that our office, OPD, asked for $60,000 from the board, and then somehow on the back end, the grant would kind of wash that cost. My understanding for 2025 is that district court in that grant does not have those funds available. So it's still a $60,000 request as it was last year, but I don't think it'll be getting washed with the grant on the back end. I do think that this could be funded by the mental health sales tax, since therapeutic court largely entails a lot of mental health issues that we are trying to address that are probably underlying some of the behavior that landed them in the criminal justice system.
The grant that has paid for this in the past, is it no longer an available grant, or they're saying we're not going to get it, or?
No, and I don't want to speak too much for district court. My understanding is that they do have the grant. However, as they have funded other things, and so this isn't something they'll be able to fund.
Yeah, I think it was $260,000, I think, is what we saw yesterday for therapeutic court.
Yeah, so that's more, I don't understand, maybe Tim would know more how that was set up. I just know that we asked for it, OPD asked for the $60,000, and somehow on the back end, the grant would cover, and we don't anticipate that this year.
I'm not sure of I remember there being a part in there in the last grant cycle for that obviously wasn't able to happen this year or whatever. But I was wondering, is there any, with the talk of mental health, is there any, because we do have a mental health fund that can potentially fund mental health related stuff, and I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on that, but is there any ability to use some of that money to transfer into current expense for mental health related things?
And you're probably asking the wrong person, because I don't know how that accounting works, but it does seem like an appropriate use of those funds. Whether it's, I don't know the details on it, but that's what I am suggesting, if we use some of those funds to cover the cost of the defense attorney for therapeutic courts.
We might also, Tim, look at that therapeutic court agreement, which is 275 is what it's projected for 2025, to see if it's, you know, if what that's covering is eligible for like this, and that we could somehow backfill with our behavioral health monies into that therapeutic court. So we could look at some options there.
So, next slide, 4301, travel and training. I'm asking for a $2,000 increase. Again, this relates to the OPD, the working attorney manager position. Right now, it's $2,000 for training, just because I'm the sole attorney in the office in-house. This would anticipate having a second attorney in-house that would need to do their yearly training to comply with the State Bar Association's continuing learning. Dues and subscriptions, 4901. I'm asking for an increase of $3,500. This would cover a few things. Another WDA membership. The Washington Defenders Association membership, what it does is it provides a resource bank to attorneys that are part of the WDA. So in part, it helps have a lot of research already done for you ahead of time. It provides a lot of stock briefs that would need to just be tailored to your case. It also provides cheaper trainings. So if you're a member, you pay a discounted price to attend their trainings that usually would cover your yearly CLEs, almost all of them. The other part of it is having a Westlaw account, and I'm asking for one license. Generally speaking, we, or attorneys in the prosecutor's office, for example, everyone has a Westlaw license up there. It's like using Google, but for lawyers. It summarizes cases. It shows you where there's conflicts between law, and I do think it's necessary. I won't say, at risk of violating license agreements for other people, I won't say how I've been doing it so far, but I do think we need to have our own license in-house.
I sit on the law library, and they subscribe to Westlaw,
Do they?
and all you have to have is one subscription, and everybody can use it.
Okay.
I was going to ask a similar question.
If you're doing that already, you're not doing anything wrong.
No, I did not know. And it makes sense that we would have that Westlaw license. So I'll look into that. I'll talk to
Our law
whoever has that.
library has that. You need to call and probably talk to Sinclair, and he can, in fact, we got a meeting coming up here in the near future, but I would share his contact information with you and just trust but verify.
Okay, I appreciate that. We had talked in the past about just adding one more license to the prosecutor's one, but there was a concern, once you're in the same account, that things might be able to be seen. And obviously, we're on opposite sides of any case, so that seemed problematic.
I would think it's something we should look into, because if it's something, I mean, in my private business, Office 360, I can get 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 subscribers to one licensing agreement. And as a county, I would think that, it's probably going to be cheaper by the dozen. We should figure that out.
I think so too. Again, the only concern was, well, who would have? Someone would
Who's
have
the
visibility.
master license?
Yes, and so maybe if we have like an independent, our IS team or something that has the master license or something, so the PA or even us can't have visibility into each other's research. That might be a workaround, and I do think we'd get economies of scale by just adding to theirs. Next item, 4990, intergovernmental services. It's just the juvie contracts. That's our juvenile panel. I'm asking for a $73,200 increase, and that's just to fund the current contracts. So our current contracts amount to $280,000 and some change. If I'm looking at it, right now, we are budgeted at $211,800. So this would just cover the resolutions we've already passed. And I don't anticipate, I don't believe those contracts are up for renegotiation this year, so that would remain. I think that takes us to the end of the slides. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to address.
What is your total ask increase from last year or from 2024?
So I have it right now at 233,925. Again, if we break down all the costs, it's the attorney manager position that is about, the meat of that, 2/3 of that.
But there's there would be a subtract 60,000 for the part-time position. So it'd be an increase of 209 minus 60 for that position, essentially.
I think you might have done all your math to take the takeaways plus the additions to get to that 233,925.
Commissioner, we have 318,399 on the screen, but I think that's off by, so I think I need to, the professional services, this is Larry Ziegler, it sounds like.
Yep.
Which should come in as a request of negative 60,000, so I can. And then I think the only other thing that I noticed was the dues and subscription you had down as 3,500 on your sheet, and on here it's 3,750. So if 3,500 is the correct amount for a new request, I can change this as well.
Yeah, I think 3,500 is fine. Yeah.
3,500?
You talked of a second attorney position. That's figured in there?
Can you repeat that?
In your presentation, you talked of a second attorney, a position, and that's figured into that amount? Or is that already in our budget already? That's already in the budget, just don't have a person in there?
That's correct.
Increase.
That's correct. We don't have a second attorney, and quite frankly, we'd have nowhere to put them if we did. So I think it's unnecessary, especially if we have a working manager. We'll have 2 attorneys, or as a practical matter for points, 1.5 attorneys. So I don't think it's necessary to fund that second attorney position.
So Tim, are we on the same page then with his total request, his amount that he had?
I'm showing, I believe so. I was tracking what was on the sheet and making sure that it matches this. I think we're 258,149 for new requests, which is roughly 200,000 for the new position, and then some various changes. Larry's contract going away, district court contracts up 32,000, 2,000 for travel training, 3,500 for dues and subscriptions, 73,200 for intergovernmental services, and that brings it in that 258.
On that intergovernment services juvenile, is there an account that we have that we could draw from on juvenile justice, such as our mental health? Does that have any way to play into that?
I certainly think there's some, I think it could be looking at a transfer in from the mental health fund. We're currently doing that for a couple other funds already, where we're transferring in for some mental health related in the jail. We do, for one. And so I would tend to think there's probably some room for transferring in some money there for, I think we have to be, careful how we identify things as being mental health related and make sure that it fits under the criteria for the mental health fund. But then I think we probably could fund it.
The therapeutic court contract is a standalone contract, correct?
That's correct.
So I had a similar question. We have some of the opioid settlement funds and the mental health funds. Is either one of those that we certainly couldn't cover it in full, but is there components of that we could? I guess that probably really would be for you, would that criteria qualify as some of the work that is done by OPD?
Again, I don't know what the like legal criteria is to use those funds, but having been in those courtrooms, yes, most of
Some of those components are there.
almost all of them. I would say most of it is some form of opiate addiction, and then on the other hand, you do have mental health issues. So.
What, Tim, do you know what the amount and the payout timing is of those opioid funds? I believe it's a pretty long time.
I think we're getting them over the next 18 years.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Well, probably 16 left now at this point.
And do you remember what that year-over-year payout is?
I don't remember right off, and I don't think some of them are even finalized yet either. So I don't know if I'd have a clear total. Anyway, I mean, well,
Trying to remember what,
Yeah, and I also know that the first year was in several of those was an amount that was higher than what you might get in subsequent years. So I don't know if we've started that.
I mean, right now I show a receivable of 752,000 for the opioids, but I don't think that that's the. I think there may be still some that hadn't settled that we weren't able to.
Is that over the 18 years, or is that over?
It's over the 18 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's. Yeah,
It's over the 18 years.
that is not an annual.
That'd be welcome. I feel
No, it's over the 18 years, but it's also, I don't think it captured everything, because I don't think everything,
It's a big
I don't think there
one.
was a schedule yet for all of them, so we couldn't capture it.
There's still the large one with the largest manufacturer that is
still out there.
still out there.
And I would add to Commissioner Bauman's question, whether our work in therapeutic court would qualify. The good thing about that is we have Dr. Pierce on staff in therapeutic court, and she would have a ton of responsive data to that point, because she goes down, whether it's at the jail or they're out of custody, she does an intake, and she will put down whether it's a substance use disorder. So we would, I think, quite easily be able to verify the criteria.
Yeah, I think we'll look at the opioid criteria. I know that the treatment component for the court would be eligible. I don't know if the defense work and the prosecution work are eligible in the opioid settlement dollars, but we could explore our behavioral health tax money.
That'd be worth exploring. Have we committed any of those funds yet? I don't believe we have.
The only monies we have committed from the tax is the 5.6 million to the Columbia Recovery Center.
I was
Columbia
thinking
Valley.
about the,
opioid. It's appropriated somewhere. I thought I saw.
I think they're working with, I think they're working with GCBH too, as far as, I think expenditures have to be at least approved through GCBH, if I recall correctly, but I'm not sure what's been decided.
okay. That'd be
I thought I
something.
remember seeing the opioid settlement dollars in an expenditure line, but I'll have to go back and think. You may have better recollect. We'll look at that. So you just remind me what positions will remain with this budget. I want to make sure I am.
In OPD, so we would have my position, I think I'm OPD, Public Defense Attorney 1. I'd ask to create the manager position,
Okay.
OPD coordinator, and then OPD office assistant. So we would have four employees.
Okay.
And in the past, that's what we ran. Even though we were budgeted for 2 in-house attorneys, we've never had 5 people down there. And I don't know that the space was considered when we asked for 2, so.
And you think we got to be at that level to get the manager position hired, huh? That level of funding for the
Yes.
manager position, you think we need to be that high? Because that's going to be higher than the administrator's position and a lot of people in the courthouse, the
So
highest.
So it's, I believe that grade and step, the salary is 159. Quite frankly, I think it's low.
Oh, it's 159? I thought you said 209.
209 with salaries,
Loaded.
benefits, retirement included.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Okay, okay.
I heard 209 and I'm going, whoa.
Yeah, I should probably break that down a little better in the future.
And what, just for the boards, could you, and I don't know, because we keep hearing rates that from different entities, what's the, and I don't even know if you can just flat out say there's a flat loaded rate for like juvenile district superior. Is it crafted that way?
There are different rates. So, you know, I have some of our monthly invoices here. An example for a district court, just line attorney, you take a full caseload, $8,300 a month. In Superior Court, a line attorney takes a full felony caseload, $12,666 a month. Our two juvenile attorneys contracts, $11,666 a month. So it does vary by which court you're in, the complexity that we anticipate.
So that's at their maximum caseload.
Yes,
That would
and
be their-
and I would also add just for maybe some background into how we get over these contracted amounts. Those are the monthly amount. You take the cases we contracted with you for, and I believe normally we contract for about 140 points. And that gives them a little bit of room to take, 10 private cases, maybe somewhere else, just to make a little more somewhere else. But even then, we reach over that number. If we were to multiply them by 12 months, we're gonna be over that number because we have variable costs such as hourly billing for trial. And those costs can hit at different times. So we have two cases that are back from Eastern Washington State Hospital where someone was being restored for a crime they committed 2 years ago. Well, now it's time to go to trial, and the hourly billing from a case from 2 years ago is going to hit us in 2025 or 2024. And that's more of the art to anticipating expenses, and I'm trying to kind of refine how we do that. We can generally see how many trials go out every year. Sometimes, for one reason or another, there will be a lot more mental health, serious offenses, and that requires doctors and psychologists evaluating, being paid. We have to pay them to be a witness, and right now upstairs we have one of those where we have a doctor testifying about this gentleman's competency during the time of the crime. And I believe that case is 2 years old. So that expense, the expert witness expense, hit us 2 years after the crime. So I will be looking into how to project those better so we can have a little more focused of budget. But those are the things that put us over generally.
I would just, Josh and I have talked about, these obviously there's annual contracts that will be due for renegotiation as well. And so we definitely should think about, and there's not necessarily cost increases put into these yet because they've not started those as well. So probably should be cognizant of the potential for increases within contracts as well, particularly as we see what our partner agencies might be doing from other counties. We know Yakima did something significant. They're not necessarily where our attorneys might go, but it's something to be cognizant about.
And is that like a 3%, kind of like
Could
the
be.
rate of inflation has
That
been
could be what
happening?
you offer. That could be something. But we also need to see what might happen so we stay competitive in the marketplace too.
And that's, me and the county administrator have talked about that, and I do think it needs to be looked at rather soon. What I will say is the risk of not remaining competitive in the contracts is losing panel members, and with that, we actually end up paying substantially more, right? So let's say we had a 5% increase, or even 10, and we decided we didn't want to do that, and we lose panel members. Now what we have to do is those 150 points we contracted for, and you could just say, the contract price of 159 divided by 140 points, this is what we're paying per point. The price per point goes way up because now we're piecemealing cases, and we're trying to get attorneys to cover this one on its own, cover that one on its own. And so the price, ultimately, I think it would cost us more in the long run to not remain competitive. And we're kind of seeing it happen right now in Benton County with their attorney shortage. We saw what happened in 2023 with our attorney shortage. We have to pay piecemeal, and it ultimately costs us a lot more. So me and the county administrator can keep going over that, and we're keeping a close eye on the market here locally to make sure that we're responsive and that we can keep our panel members or our panel staffed.
No questions from me.
I'm good.
All right.
I was just told that we were talking about the opioid monies and whether or not we could use that. So I looked up the spending plan real fast, and there's nothing in here that would allow for the payment of a defense attorney. The most that we get is, if we had checked the box, which we could modify if necessary, support treatment services, medical assisted therapy, those kind of things, housing if necessary. I can move. Abstinence-based treatment, those kind of things, not anything related to actually the payment, although the mental health sales tax could pay for some of defense attorneys, specifically the individual on therapeutic courts. It kind of gets questionable if you were to simply assign them to a panel member unless that person was only taking substance-related offenses.
Thank you.
Just
Thank you.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Have a good day.
Thanks,
No, thank
Josh.
you.
There's the field trip.
Moving on to,
Before we move on, maybe a little discussion about Office of Public Defense.
sure.
I think that, have we done any research to see if there's any other counties that have created a district where we're not competing against each other for attorneys, that we have a district-type OPD? We've talked about this before, but I think it's something that maybe we should look into, see if it's been done in any other state, or we're the only state that has this problem because of our legislature over there. Is there any other counties within this state that have joined together? I know we used to be a partner with Benton County, and that was dissolved, and I wish it wouldn't have been, but it was. Is there any way to put that back together? I know we've had discussions with them on it. Just curious of everybody else's thoughts on this idea.
Yeah, I don't know of any pure districts. The bi-county one was done through an interlocal agreement here. It'd be really interesting to see whether or not, and I don't think they did. I don't think it's Stoughton, Garfield, Columbia, which is a tri-county superior court, and then across the northeast, Ferry, Stevens, and Ponderay, I think, is a tri-county judicial district as well. But I don't think they combine public defense services that I know of. But it's certainly long-term worth looking at. And and then how do you do a district which is generally a separate legal entity, but could you do a joint interlocal with multiple counties?
I'll give a call to Wes and see if they have that, or if they're entertaining the thought.
Yep. Call Commissioner McCart. I can reach out to Chris Kemp down in Stoughton County, the county administrator down there, and see what they've done. I know they've had a lot of challenges with public defense, just lack of attorneys as well.
And that's where we're running into this high expense. Is Yakima they just redid theirs, and they've pulled a lot of the attorneys from Benton County and putting Benton County in a bind now, and it's just going to continue to happen until we find a solution.
Yep.
And this is a possibility. Just a thought.
No, it's a good idea.
I would just, add, I know Commissioner Bauman's on the Wasac Legislative Steering Committee. I know that they are working on this being one of the primary legislative agenda items for the association, both looking at, regardless of new standards of getting the state to take on. And I'm not take on more of an obligation. Because if caseload standards change, we'll be sitting back here talking about something dramatically different than this increase.
Yeah, as we had from a presentation from the OPD office, as far as what, if we were to simply implement the recommendation from the bar to the state Supreme Court, if they do implement that, we go from a full-time staff of 3 to a full-time staff of 79. And that doesn't take into account the interpreters and all of the supporting roles. And so this conversation, like Eric said, gets very, very different if those caseload standards are implemented.
Yeah, there's not enough licensed attorneys in the region, let alone, to be able
Franklin
to.
County has 63 licensed attorneys, period, completely in practice. And we would need 1.5 times that just for us.
Yeah, and that includes your prosecutor's office.
And private, everything.
Yeah.
Total licensed attorneys.
All right, moving on to Commissioner's miscellaneous budget.
Whenever you want to pull those up. Which one do you want to start on here?
I've got the 100 fund up to start with, the reserve fund.
Which is, I don't know if you want to talk about it. We've, I really appreciate Tim. My first weekend, he sat me down. We walked through all the commissioners' budgets and helped me understand gravity. So it's been a tremendous asset and resource. But just a reminder, you want to go ahead and give more details about the.
So, I mean, this one is reserve. I've talked about it before, that we have about 650,000 in there. It may be a little bit more than that at the to start 2025. I have 679. I'd have to double check those numbers, see what we're looking at. But I've got 679 in there right now with another $9,000 of interest accumulating next year. That would be under the assumption that money stayed in there to accumulate interest as well. And currently that money's, there's $500,000 still due back in an interfund loan from, I believe, county roads. County roads or motor vehicle. I believe it's county roads, but, so there's roughly $679,000 that will be available, next year. And then I just have it as, unassigned fund balance, just, not planned to be spent, but, of course I can, board's discretion on what they wish to happen with that money.
So Tim, when's the road department supposed to replenish that?
I don't recall. I would have to look at I'd have to look at the resolution.
And it was 500,000?
It was $1 million initially, I believe, and they paid back 500 of it with 500 left to go.
So that roughly puts our reserve fund at 1.1.
No, that's including
that's in the
including,
679?
yes, that's including when they pay it back.
Oh,
When
okay.
right now, there's only about 150,000 in there, 170. And then once they pay it back, then we'd have the 650-ish.
And their fund balance is impacted because of the shift, clearly, but then you also take into consideration they're large, they don't have a cash flow to handle some of those large construction projects until they get their property tax in on October 30, you know, it's like twice a year, they get their revenue bump. Or there's a delay and they have to accrue the costs before they can get reimbursement from the County Road Administration Board. So they have to carry debt.
And I think that they used that because those were matching funds and they had to have it to match, correct?
That's probably the case. I think it was cash flow issues, and so typically that's matching
And if
related, I
that's-
think.
if That's,
Or they have to pay the contractor
Yeah.
before they get reimbursed from the County Road Administration Board or the Federal Highway Administration, whoever the agency that,
Yep.
that the grant is from.
Okay.
We don't get the cash up front.
So I can move on if there's no more questions on that. Board of Equalization. This is within current expense, and there was no changes on this one being presented.
We carried most of things in what I'd call status quo, not all of them, but we'll talk more about some of the commissioner's budget. I think we have also on the agenda more tomorrow in the administrator's budget, if I recall, separated out. But
Yeah, the commissioner's one is separated out, the main budget, but then there's a
Yeah,
bunch of
and so
other-
then you look at this is the percentage of work that, in this case, both Maria and Shirley are kind of splitting those this year, but it would have been, excuse me, Teresa and Shirley are splitting those this year, those activities. So we'll bill back for their portions of their salary. And then before it would have been Maria's.
so that has closed. The Board of Equalization has closed. How many, they're still open?
Still open through next Friday, is it open?
And how are we doing on appeals?
We only had about 15, I think, as the last check. Do you know, Teresa, how many? 18 now?
18?
Yep.
Well, that's a far cry better than last.
Last year, we had 240.
Yep, it was knock on the door. It's 300.
I've been kind of following that, and I had asked about it, and I know some of the ones that were filed have been withdrawn. So there was, I don't know how all that worked, but yeah, I know that some of the ones that were filed have been withdrawn.
That was from the 300? Or
No.
recently?
This year.
This
Okay,
year's.
a couple.
I think they're working on some of them, trying to settle it before they continue on.
That'd be good.
Here's the fire marshal. Once again, there was no changes on this. It was just salaries and benefits in this, and then cell phone, which carried forward. So nothing too exciting on that one. Civil service.
Yeah, and this one we do have, do you want to open? Yeah, go ahead. This brings it into actually onto the grid. It was just part-time position before, so it actually brings it into a grid, still part-time, but actually onto I think a grade 13. So instead of just an hourly rate, it actually brings it into a kind of an equivalent type of grade within the system. So,
Yeah, this was one that I mentioned at the start of the workshop yesterday, where essentially matrixing this position that wasn't on the matrix before. And so there's $3,192 of estimated salaries, and then there's related benefits as well. For that,
not healthcare though, but
there's for the professional services, there was a $88 increase on this. It was just there was an increase in the public safety testing subscriber agreement. There was a percentage increase in that, and so I increased the amount for what was stated in this contract. It was I think it was the 4% annual increase, and so I increased that for that. And then there were some minor adjustments and some other things, travel down $250. It's some of the stuff that hasn't been used regularly previously, 250 down there, 250 down in training, education, and then this, I don't. Oh, there's been spending here recently about $53 a month on typing masters, and so that works out to about $640 annually, and so that was increased for that cost.
And what is that for?
It's called typing masters. I'm not.
I actually believe it is also part of the testing. Yeah, for civil service, a testing, online testing service to see what their skill set is.
Don't try that on me.
So overall, there was $3,721 in increases, which a good majority of that was salaries and wages.
Right, and it's again, that 13.1 will be if we do remove the 12, if you recall, we had the discussion to get rid of,
Position.
not step 12, what's the, grade 12.
Grade.
On the band because of minimum wage requirements.
It would be grade
So this is
10.
this is 13.1. So is it?
to get
is-
rid of 13-1.
This position will be placed at 13.1.
That'll be our first starting position, and from now on is 13-1. There'll be no more 12s, right?
I thought that we were getting rid
No,
of
there'll be-
10 or
there'll be
11.
Yeah, I
10
misspoke.
I think getting rid of 10.
Oh, we're
Yeah,
getting rid
I
of 10.
misspoke.
Last year was 9. This year, I think, is 10.
Right.
You're going to non-departmental?
Yes. The other one was commissioners,
Yeah,
which
we'll
will,
come back to that tomorrow or Thursday.
come on.
Yeah, this is where I just was reviewing this, so this is where you saw the transfer of opioid settlement dollars.
Oh, you're up there, yeah.
Yeah.
So initially, we had, this was before we had created the opioid settlement fund. We didn't have a place for it initially, and so it was initially received just in current expense until we had a plan for what we were doing with the funds. But as of now, any opioid money that comes in, it would be receipted right into the opioid fund.
Right.
There's some minor amounts that just closing out some of the debt service funds that don't have any more activity. There's no debt on them. And there's a small amount of cash in those funds that will accumulate next year that can be transferred into current expense. So that's $3,600 approximately. If there's anything that sticks out to anyone, I can. The ITA judicial fees, that was brought down from 60,000 to 20,000. That just, I mean, we haven't been collecting a lot of that recently. I mean, it was 16,000 in 2022, 10,000 in 2023, and then 5520 through, I think this might have been June of 2024 or so. But we haven't been tracking it come anywhere close to 60,000, so that was reduced to 20. Municipal court rental, 120,000 up from 115. The facilities lease, I think this is one that, I have a comment that it probably needs to go away because I don't, I believe this is, has the health department moved out so that we're not getting this lease anymore now?
I believe they have. Jeff, do you know? You're down there at elections. You don't know?
I know that there was conversation about that, but I thought that conversation stopped.
Okay, so,
Last time I was there, I thought I saw cars. There have been cars there. It's not been open to the public that I recognize, but there've been people.
So it may not be their public their public face, but still operation.
Shut down during COVID time and people walking in, and also the homeless thing, I think was part of it, and then they've never. But there's cars parked along by the elections area. Yeah.
Tim, thank you for coming at the perfect time.
Are we still receiving funds from them for a lease? Is that monthly 50 or is that for the year?
It's an annual amount. That's a good question as far as. It looks like we did receive a fourth quarter rent already. So it looks like they've continued to, we are continuing to receive it, it looks like.
Well, maybe at the next Board of Health meeting, Commissioner Mullen and I can ask that question if they expect to retain that area or are they moving?
Yeah, so we have, it looks like the rent is 7,500 and then there was a utility for the fourth quarter too. So I don't see any other utility payments. So, yeah, I'm not sure about the 50,000 or not. I mean, the 7,500s would equal to 30,000. But if we're getting utilities too at 5,000 a month, or 5,000 a quarter, that would put us right around 50. But I'm not entirely sure of. Yeah, it looked like we did get quarterly utilities last year. It doesn't look like we've been getting quarterly utilities this year, though. So I don't know if that just hasn't been billed.
Okay.
Third and fourth quarter, 11,000.
This is 2023.
Okay.
I went back to 2023 just to see if historically we've been getting it, and it looks like we were in 2023, but we've only got one quarter of it. It looks like in 2024. Some small revenue amounts there.
Well, with their utilities, are they on a separate meter or are they just paying a portion?
I'm assuming it's a separate. I'm assuming it's metered for that, and then but it comes to us, and then we bill them for it. I would guess. So we've got this at 200,000. It looks like this is for labor negotiation costs, growth management, labor law, et cetera, at 200,000. And this one was one that we had budgeted at 50,000 previously, but it's 50,000 prelim, and then an additional 200 is what's being requested, just based on what we've been spending in past years. We've been spending 200,000 plus previously on those related costs. The auditing, this is state auditor's office fees. I just went based on what they had sent in the entrance agenda. They have what the costs are estimated to be, 106,500, and so I just used that to. We had 100,000 in there, so I increased it 6,500 based on that. The marketing advertising, that was one that Mike had asked for previously. I think it was at least partly due to, I think this was for Lidliff related, at least to some extent. And so I have this coming out currently. not as a request for. So it was 100,000 that rolled over from 2024, and I have it being reduced, but,
And it was unused in '24.
correct. The redistricting lawsuit fees, so we had paid 125,000 for 3 consecutive years, on that lawsuit, that ended, the last payment was in 2024. So I have that going away in 2025. The liability insurance, this is a big one. We've had increases of, in the last couple of years, there was an increase, in one of the last 2 years was 18%, another year was 36%. We've had some very large increases in liability insurance, and so I have this going, so it'd be 400 and, what's the math here?
465,
Yeah,
466.
460, yeah. I've got it going up over $200,000 from, we had it at 261,904 previously, but as you can see, 2023 actual was 352,598. I'm estimating 2024 is going to be higher than that. And so I think realistically, we're looking at closer to in the high 400s for that. We did just receive a bill, so I could look at that, but it's definitely been trending up. The property insurance I have gone down slightly, $18,000. Third party admin insurance. Similar increases of liability insurance in recent years. That one up 35,000 to 110. Cyber terrorism insurance. I mean, you can see in previous years we had 4,857, 5,304. It'll be probably higher in 2024. So I have a increasing 6,720 on that up, and it was 2,280 before that we had budgeted.
So Tim, remind me though, the risk pool has, so we have paid all of, I think we've now paid all of 2025 now. Because,
It's they.
so what
I think so.
what we're projecting is what 2026. So we paid, because they did a stub, originally they've asked us to pay through next October, because they've been on their fiscal year was October 1 through September 30, if I recall.
It was.
They've asked us to pay a stub.
It was previously October through September, and I think I did see that they
Yes, and
were
so we've now
wanting to
paid-
take it. They wanting to go. We were matching the fiscal years or whatever. I
Yeah, so
I did
we've
see
now
something on
paid-
that.
So
This-
this is actually projecting what we're going to pay for fiscal year 2026. Because we're paying right now for fiscal year 2025.
We would likely be accruing those 2025 costs to 2025.
Okay. Even though we're paying them now.
Yes,
Okay.
but I haven't. I had put these numbers together before I had seen those
Okay.
recent bills, and I haven't had.
We should go
a
back and
chance
look at
to-
liability. I don't think liability was quite that much. I know this was what cyber was.
And keep in mind that this is only a portion of the overall cost. The entire bill is paid out of this fund initially, but then it's billed to all the departments. So this is only what remains in non-departmental after recovering from all the other departments. So the commissioner's office will bill out to sheriff, corrections, public works, HAPO center, all the various departments that share in this cost. And then there's a certain amount that's just left after all of those billings, and that's what stays in this. So the bill that you would see is much larger than what remains in this department. But yes, I think it would be good exercise at this point to, I mean, hopefully the cost didn't go up as much as what I had on here, and we can reduce this sum. Haven't used the miscellaneous line much recently, so took that out. Dues and subscriptions, have that going up slightly just based on past activity. Contingency, mentioned this previously, bringing this down to 600,000. This number would have included a COLA reserve. Right now, we're starting with it not in there. That's board decision. I have, essentially, the beginning fund balance went up by approximately 700,000, and so I have 700,000 being added to the ending fund balance as well. Any questions on any of that stuff? There are some big ones in there with the insurance-related stuff.
Overall, what does it show as increase or?
Total increases of 323,723 for all of these items.
With the big one being liability insurance at 200-some thousand.
Yeah.
Will you go back to the 700,000 reserve? That 4.1, describe that.
It's ending fund balance. It's essentially what we would be planning on ending the year at.
Got it. Okay.
So it's 4.8 adding in the additional 700,000.
You have that sheet from the first day, very handy, that showed them.
I do.
Looks that back would be a nice. Yep, perfect.
So that's that number right there,
Got it.
the 4.8 ending, and then 7.81 beginning. Anything else on that one? That's a big one to take in.
The other big one to be thinking about is that professional services, which is the 200,000, which, I think that is paying for, if you have 8 open labor agreements, so it looks like labor law and labor agreements might come out of there, and then GMA litigation looks like it comes out of there as well. Your professional services for paying for your comprehensive planning will be in the planning section, so it's not professional services for that. But I think those are the big ones.
But there also was the savings of the 125,000
Yes.
being finished this year as well, so that saves us some.
So if you could go to the contingency line and you put a placeholder, and I just want to make sure I get this right. You put the placeholder in at $600,000, and that historically has been in there for COLA.
The 517 was essentially a COLA last year. The 600 is just for things that come up during the year.
Gotcha.
So this is
Gotcha.
So this that we have as the final number right now does not include a COLA.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just for
Yep.
items that come up throughout the year.
Yep.
Not saying OPD is going to have cost overruns or anything, but seems like that's been a big cost recently.
Looking at, speaking of OPD and looking at the previous years, does their budget request represent as close to what real would look like?
That's a good question. I was deliberating on asking that question during the hearing only because, not to say they didn't do their due diligence. I'm sure they're doing their best to forecast things and everything, but just seeing some of the cost increases over the last years, you have So, let's see.
The budget for '24, if I remember from memory, was 2.1.
Yeah, so I mean, in 2022, we had $1.5 million almost of expenses. Then it went to almost 2.3, so an $800,000 increase. It's adopted right now at almost 2. I know they have another, I know they are
105,000.
105,000.
105,000 is
Request-
will be what the budget amendment will be for this year.
Yeah, so 2.1 right there. So it looks like they could come in under 2023's expenses. You know, and they've got so including the requests, if they got all of those requests, they'd be at a $2.3 million budget. So I mean, it could be fine. It's hard to know, but I mean, there certainly have been some pretty significant increases over time in that sector.
On 23, do you know what the budget was?
In 23? So they had an adopted budget of 1.5 million and ultimately had almost $2.3 million of expenditures.
So it was an $800,000 off of.
Looks like Superior Court doubled.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this year, I think it's about 80,000 additional requests in Superior Court and about 25 in district, I think is what the extra request will be. Do you, since we have folks waiting, do you want to pause our section? We'll come back to talk about our section later. We could do that.
Okay.
So move on to the coroner, Curtis McCary. Thanks for waiting patiently.
No problem. Okay. Right. So on, looks like on revenue here, we'll cover that first. Gravity's a little different than what I'm used to doing, but we'll go over that first. And so the revenue is basically generated from the state paying 40% of our autopsies cost is what we get reimbursed for. So that's where our biggest revenue comes in from, is autopsy reimbursements. This year also we've had, DOC is now requiring every death to be autopsied. I think they've had their, they've got burned out there a few, so they've had, they want everyone autopsy that dies at Coyote Ridge. I've talked to them about reimbursing those, and they have been reimbursing those at 100%. So we've had some revenue from Coyote Ridge from the DOC come in also.
Does the revenue offset the cost? Basically equivalent.
For Coyote Ridge, I bill them 100% and they pay 100%. So that's fully covered. The other one is at 40% reimbursement. So we have to, we fund the other 60.
I was just meaning, it's 100%, but is it pay for our staff time or experts that we have?
No, it pays for our experts. It pays for histology, building use, the pathologist use, toxicology is what I'm able to bill for.
Okay.
So yeah, it doesn't cover staff. Those are primarily the revenue. As far as office supplies, other things there, and expenses, everything's pretty much stayed the same. There's one in there that previously the commissioners had indigent remains, and that was put into my account last year, and I've done away with that one because I already had another line item for that, and that was it's $1,000 that I've done away with. I don't need that because the other one I'm managing with the funeral homes to cover indigent ones that we have there.
And is that unknowns?
Yeah. My policy is if there's family, then it's a known. If the family steps away from it, that's the funeral homes. We have had some discretions where, like one we had it died at a nursing home. There was no family, no one stepped up. We couldn't find any family, so those type we've paid. The other increase would be the ER&R fund. They increased that to us by $1,280, so that's about $50 to $53 per truck a month. I imagine most of that is fuel, is what that is. The other big increase is autopsies. Our autopsy fee, it went from $50,000, I'm requesting $72,000 this year. When I budgeted last year's budget, I was paying about $1,300 per autopsy. I'm paying roughly $2,800 now. The fees have just gone up, more than doubled my amount. I've already talked to Eric. I'm already almost $9,800 in the negative for this year. I've exceeded that 50. With the two I have scheduled for this week, I'm going to be almost $9,800 in the negative.
What triggers an autopsy?
Unknown cause of death. For example, I have one gentleman just decided, I'm never going to the doctor. I don't like doctors. I don't trust them. Well, then he dies. And I have I have nothing to reference it to what he died from. Do we have kidney disease? Do we have heart disease? Do we have a stroke? COPD. So we need to know what those are. Drug overdoses, they ask us to do a lot of those, but with the testing equipment that I have, I've probably saved us 18 to 20 autopsies every year because of the testing abilities, the testing equipment that we have. So those. Otherwise, if it's a homicide, that's an automatic trigger. Those are basically the ones. If there's no medical determination, or even if there's some medical but things just aren't lining up, then I'll do the autopsy. We'll request one. Yeah. The two that I have this week are both medical. Things just aren't. The one, never go to a doctor. The other one had been to a doctor a couple of years ago, but he's been healthy. And then just went to bed and never woke up. And so, I think I owe it. One, I want to make sure we know why, and we also want to owe it to the families to say that, is there something genetic here going on, or something they can look out for the rest of the families health-wise too. But
So that's changed since COVID then?
yeah, We're seeing some, like one of the, you know, we've had some where, well, they had COVID. Okay, is there a relation to that? And so histology will help us decide that, but, you know, during COVID, we didn't do a lot of them. Especially if the doctors were willing to sign it off as COVID, or if we tested and they came back positive for COVID, we signed it off as COVID, but there was a lot that we didn't sign off for COVID that they wanted us to, but we said no, that, you know, in a car accident, you can't say that that was COVID, so. So that's my biggest increase there, is that one there. And then as he's got here, the capital request was a refurbished power lift cot. These are ones that EMTs use. They're outdated for them, or they've turned them in, got newer ones or whatever. We can get them refurbished. People are getting larger, and it's harder to lift. A couple weeks, I got to have a shoulder surgery because it's just, they're wearing out. These things would allow us to just, with the push of a button, it raises and lowers, puts it in the truck. And this is like I said, refurbished. We just do one at this time. And then a few years down the road, we'd do another one, but that would be the biggest thing. Other than that, that's all I really have. Any questions on those things?
You, just to let the board know that it, similar to what, you know, Josh has got some additional revenues that will need to be added. The coroner will have some. We've been trying to collect those and bring you, instead of piecemeal, what the kind of the overall, you know, year end. We've been working with Tim to do a year end budget correction for these that are clearly, you know, with the doubling from $1,400 to $2,700 for a basic autopsy, and it's the shortage of forensic.
It is forensic pathologists
across the nation. I guess.
They're nationwide. Yeah, you just can't find any now. Right now, we have a contract with a firm called FPS. It's Forensic Pathologist Services. They're based out of Vegas. They send a pathologist here once a week. Sometimes it's 2 days that they're here, 1 day. And that's worked out great. I mean, so we're not having to track down a pathologist all the time. You know, so that's worked out great. But, so just to give you an idea, out of that 72,000 request, at the 40%, it'd approximately be 28,680. So actual cost to the county for autopsies would be right around 43,320. So it, you know, that 72 seems like a, oh no, but once we get our reimbursements, it's not so hurtful, I guess. It's still hurtful, but
What is
and
your,
with the drug testing, like I said, we're able to save, you know, another 60 or 70,000 with that. So
what is your total request
for
above your baseline for this year?
what was it, 411 everything?
34,280 for
Okay.
for the expenditure request.
12
And there are some increases in revenue, as you were
Yeah.
mentioning as well, but just the expenditures alone, 34,280.
Would you tell me about your use of the ER&R? You described that, so your vehicles are in the ER&R as well as your fuel.
Yeah, fuel, vehicles, fuel, maintenance, so tires, anything like that, they cover it all.
So you just call in and they just take care of it?
Yeah. Every 5,000 miles, well, they like us to do just under the 5, we take it down, they do the oil change services it. One vehicle, mine's about due for some new tires. So we don't have to fund any of that, and then that replaces the vehicles. At this point, they're on schedule every 8 years, and then to replace those, so. And we'll.
And
I
your
know-
monthly fee is inclusive of a replacement?
Yes,
You'll just get
yeah,
a new-
that covers the replacement of the vehicle, so, yeah. We don't have to worry about budgeting for a new vehicle every 8 years or whatever. Yeah, something happens to the truck, they cover it, so.
I know in past years you talked about the apparatus that you got through ARPA funds on drug testing. Are we still able to utilize that, and you're making money with other counties? with
We're
that?
not making any money, well, with Benton County, what we've done, because we're doing our autopsies over there, is I've got a reduced building use fee for them using our facility,
Yeah, I know that we were making some good strides with that device when we got it, and it
Yeah.
was,
Yeah, it's been, like I said, it's been, well, just, another $60,000, probably more in autopsy fees if I didn't have it.
okay.
And, I know a few weeks ago, we were at a meeting, and several counties have gone to those same machines.
That's what I was wondering, if everybody's got their
And
own.
it's a very finicky machine. It's temporal, very temperate. But yeah, the others have, and they've commented too that, yeah, we're cutting down on the number of autopsies we're doing.
Yeah.
And, everyone's trying to find a way to cut those costs down, so.
And then on that gentleman that just died in his sleep, can the family call off that autopsy if they so choose, or does that have to be performed?
If they're totally insistent on it, and
Calling it off?
especially like a religious thing,
Yeah.
they could call it off. For the death certificate, I'd have to put probable, suspected but not proven. And then if they have any insurance or anything like that, the insurance company could kick it out too. I had one where a brother did not want me to do the autopsy. He insisted on it, first I explained to him the ramifications of not doing it. And then a week later, he asked me to do it. Well, I'd already released the body to the funeral home. It was too late. About 3 weeks ago, I got a request for a death certificate and coroner's report from the insurance company, his insurance company, for his death benefits. There's some things on there, I don't know if they're going to cover it. And I told him that, but, those are the ramifications of not doing that autopsy if there's any question that insurance policies could not cover it, so, yeah. So. Any other questions on that? Okay. Just want to give you an update on the proposed building out back there. Myers is pretty well completed with the designs. As of today, we've paid them $98,828, and this is from that ARPA money. And then, so in the next month or so, we should be ready to go out for bid on that, on the construction of it. I also have been contacted by Oregon Procurement Organization. They have great interest in leasing that building for use. And that would be some generating revenue for that building. And they're looking at anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000 a year is what we would be getting from the use of that building for them. And so we're excited for that possibility too, but they just, right now they use ORs and they just don't have the facility. The ORs are getting too busy, and so they're looking, and so we're excited for that possibility too, so.
With the ARPA funds, is there any time sensitive for the spending of the funds?
I know they had to be designated by the end of this year.
Okay.
And so we have done that, and then they have to be spent by next year, from my understanding.
I think you have till end of 2026, I believe it is.
26,
For,
okay.
for expenditure, obligation 2024, and I think,
They're-
expenditure by
Yeah, there have been some extensions, so yeah, I think it's now through 2026, and I'm not even certain that the obligation may have even been extended too, but either way, it's a little bit pushed out as far as spending it.
Okay, yeah, I hadn't heard that, so that was my understanding that,
We'll double check though, yep.
okay. Yeah, we're hoping to get it done so we can get those guys online too, working and getting that revenue going. And, you know, last week I spent 5 hours just going back and forth to Benton County. And this autopsy thing, it's not just the cost, but it's also that we're getting busier. And we're seeing more need for it. So, yeah. Any other questions?
Questions?
Okay.
I don't hear any, so thank you.
All right, thank you.
Have a good day. Moving on to County Agent Tim Waters. Welcome.
Will you please talk directly into the mic so we can hear?
Sure.
Thank you.
So do you guys want to go right to attachment A? Is that where we're headed, or what's the?
Yeah, if you want to just kind of run through, or if there's any general overview you want to provide
Sure.
of extension for the board first, yeah, whatever works good for you.
Okay, so, well, just go to attachment A. That's the part that you guys are probably most interested in. So not a lot of changes. We have two increase requests. One is with the MOA amount between WSU, and there's a slight increase there at 2,539. And that aligns with the Washington State Association of Counties recommended contributions for a county of this size. So a slight increase over last year's contribution for that. And again, just to remind you, that includes contributions for 3 faculty positions, county director, myself, covers commercial vegetables, another county faculty that covers youth, family, and community relations, Ana Maria Diaz-Martinez, and then half of a contribution for our forage production specialist, Steve Norberg. So the other half of that's picked up by Adams County. And then the other part of that is for the 4-H program coordinator position that's been traditionally funded by this office's salary from the county, then the benefits of that one are paid by WSU. So a $2,539 increase on that portion. And then the second request change is for the ER&R fund for the 2 vehicles that we utilize from our office. So similar to other offices, the ER&R rates have gone up slightly. And the increase there is $1,473 for this next year. So those are the attachment A increases. Any questions on those before I talk about general budget?
So your total request increase is 4,012?
Yes,
Thanks.
correct. Anything on that? No, okay. So I guess to kind of round things out, I think you guys are familiar with this, and I can provide this later, but, you know, obviously we get a good part of our funding comes from WSU for the faculty positions, and then our office has been pretty successful in grants, which these don't show on your gravity system here, but in last year, we brought in over $1 million worth of grants to the office for the different programs that are operated out of just the Franklin County Extension Office. So WSU is contributing, I think it's, what was it, Josefina, the number from WSU? Like $800,000 approximately. And that's just the other resources or faculty positions that support agricultural work and youth and family work in the counties.
Kim, is that $1 million run through WSU?
It is, yeah, it is.
Okay.
It is, yep. So it's subject to WSU overhead, but it directly supports programming in the county. A lot of it's research, so there's a good portion of its agricultural resource, and then also from Ana Maria Diaz-Martinez, some of her programming with the Latino community. So various programs in there. and there's a good bit that's actually going on. Like I said, I'm happy to discuss that with you guys at any time, but that's a pretty long conversation on all the projects we're doing there. And the funding for those are they come from commodity commissions, they come from the United States Department of Agriculture, they come from contract research with chemical companies and seed companies and that kind of thing. So there's various, I don't know how many sources, Josefina, probably 30 or 40 different sources that contribute to that. One of the things we're very excited about the new building that we're just about moved into. It's been a really nice upgrade for everybody in the office, and we've had a few meetings in the office, even though we're not quite moved in, and the feedback from those attending the meetings is very, very positive. So everybody's excited about that new space and what we can do with it. We don't show much for revenue, actual revenue to the county. One thing we do is sell publications, to people who need them, just anything from like 4-H forms to, study guides for pesticides exams and those kind of things. One opportunity for some revenue that can offset some of the expense will be the pesticide exams that we do. We've done those for a number of years in our office where private applicators can come in and they can they can take their exam for a Washington State private applicator pesticide license. We've not been able to do testing of other exam categories, which there's a whole bunch in this area from all the commercial applicators and crop consultants that we have. But we had a conversation with Department of Ag last week about being able to open up some testing in our office here. So the nice thing there is that benefits our growers and our crop advisors, our ag industry, because they wouldn't have to travel to Spokane or Yakima to do testing. It's a computer-based program, so there'd be a little bit of front expense, but we think we can cover that out of the fees that we generate from doing those exams, because each time somebody comes in, there's a small part of that fee that stays in our office, which we usually use to offset the office supplies and that kind of thing. So we should see, I think it's highly likely that they'll let us have that exam site, so it'll be a big benefit to our community. And then also I think it'll offset some of the things we have to ask for in the other line items. So hope to come in next year, come back with be able to trim that down a little bit.
And I take it that being the soil fumigant would be one of them?
Everything, yep, everything. So anything a commercial applicator would need to do, they could come in and examine our office. So like I said, we've been wanting to offer that for a long time because I get a lot of calls from consultants and people that have those certifications, or they're hiring people and they have to send them to Yakima every time they test, which adds to the cost of, mileage and then time for those people. So I think it'd be and there's a lot of licensed applicators in this region.
Yes, there are.
I think that'll be very well received by the community.
Yeah, we're excited about that. Like I said, that space, we could have done the other space, but this other space affords us a good opportunity to be able to do that, and I think it'll work out well. And just looking at current spending, we're pretty much on track with everything. There's a couple small line items that we haven't utilized that probably won't be, like our office supplies, I think our travel, repairs and maintenance, and what's the last one, Josefina? And dues and subscriptions. Those have been covered by some of the grants and some of the fees we've generated. So it's not a lot of money, but we're looking at about $1,100 that we won't utilize from this year's budget. We still have it we still have it. We're still asking for those funds for the next year going forward. But anyways, it's a small amount, but it's something.
So grant funded if you can.
Yeah, we utilize those grant funds when they come in are typically earmarked for salaries and certain types of supplies. So we utilize those when we can first, because they have term dates and that's what they're there for.
So you could actually use those to offset this increase by that amount?
Hopefully, yeah.
Good deal.
Yep. And again, we're real appreciative of the new space and welcome you guys. We're not completely moved in, so there's still some boxes and stuff sitting around, but anytime any of you guys would like to come over and walk through the building.
Well, I'm sure the 4-Hers are much happier to go to that facility than they were to the last one.
They're much happier, and everybody in the office is much happier too, so.
I know Dr. Norberg was looking forward to not being in a closet.
Yeah, he's been able to just careful how he phrased that, but he's not working in a closet anymore.
Well, I know that when I first came here as a commissioner, the forms were given out and the needles were given out by the door, which was only about 15 foot away, and it was not a good situation.
No, this is a much nicer location, nicer facility. Like I said, everybody's really, really excited about it and very appreciative. So, and like I said, the public, we've had some meetings there, and everybody's been very, very excited about the space. So,
Well deserved, Tim.
thanks.
When do you think you'll be completely moved out of the other facility, or are you gonna use it for storage, or?
Well,
what's
right
the
now,
plan?
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry, I talk fast, you know that. I get up early and drink coffee and I'm ready to go. So yeah, we're not completely moved out of the basement right now. There's a little less space in this basement over here, so we'll probably, until there's a need for the other building, we might utilize some of that storage space. We focused, we didn't want to put a strain on any of the departments, so we did a phased-in move where we moved a couple people a week for a while. And so all the people are moved into the building. We still have like the little laboratory in the basement that needs to move and some stuff that needs to come over. We could get that done at any point, but like I said, we've been trying to work with facilities and IS, so it's not a big, everybody else has a regular job to do, so they're helping us on top of that. So we've tried to be conscious of that. So to answer sorry, you asked a question, simple question. This is the way I do it, I answer it in 15 minutes. We could be out of there in a week, but we won't unless we need to be.
I see.
Just a comment, really appreciate your outreach to the Connell community with the shutting down of that plant and all the efforts that have gone on there. It's really appreciated.
Yeah, it's a tough thing for everybody, really tough for the people in that community. And anyways, any way we can help, we don't know how we can help it, but anyways, we're hoping there's opportunities we can help some of those folks, and hopefully they'll find some jobs, and it'll work out good for everybody. But it's certainly a shock and yeah, tough situation.
Tim, I think you said this, and I just was writing another note here. The percentage of contribution of that Franklin County makes to staff compared to what WSU makes to staff.
Yeah. So I didn't calculate that ratio, and to be honest, we downloaded the forms off of our site, and it's a little bit confusing, but Josefina might correct me on this. But like for the faculty positions, the average contribution I think is in the area of $25,000 per faculty member, and so. And then the WSU, and actually there's federal money and there's state money. It's a complicated formula that funds positions, but I think that the county contribution is on the level of what, $311,000 total, I think. Mm-hmm. So it's probably for the it's about 15% of the total operational cost. If you just look at what comes in grants, it's 30%. But if you look at the other other support from WSU, it's 15%.
Is what Franklin County contributes?
Yes, if that makes sense. And like I said, just what comes into the office, it's 30%. But if you look at the other resources, like we have other state specialists that come in and help with certain programs, and so that's where they come up with that other math on the other support.
Thanks.
So Tim, outside of the budget, this closing of this Lamb Weston plant has a domino effect, and I've heard that some of the growers are already being cut even more acres than they were already cut, which is going to lay off more employees,
Yeah.
farm labor.
Yep.
What's your sense of how bad is it going to get?
Going to be pretty rough for another couple of years, I think. I was working on a grant proposal yesterday and looking back, and we had record yields in 22 and 23 and record value of crops, so some of our crops, and that's still what's hurting us, right? So people aren't eating out as much. And so we had a lot of product sitting in storages and freezers and product that hadn't been processed yet. And that we're dealing with that right now. And I think we're going to keep dealing with that into 25. I think that we had very productive years and not a lot of people eating out. And that's the tough part. And I think, there's other crop opportunities that people may look at. We've been doing some tomato research. We're looking at processing tomatoes, and that's another contracted crop potentially that could fill some void and fill some acres that aren't going to be utilized for potato production. Potato and onion production and melon production are the most expensive row crop production. Take a lot, higher inputs.
What was the third one?
Melons, watermelons are pretty expensive to grow too.
A lot of labor in that.
A lot of labor and like fumigation and stuff like that. Fumigation's pretty expensive. So I think it's going to be rough. We're going to see some of those other crops increase. We're probably going to see more corn and wheat. I've seen more bean acres out there.
Yep.
They're not the most profitable, but you can do a little bit better than breaking even on them. And I think doing a little bit better than breaking even is what's going to
I'm
be the trend
seeing
for a while.
a big increase in garlic. I
Yeah.
can't believe the amount of acres around me that are
Yep.
being planted to garlic.
Yep.
So there are other crops that are coming.
There are
into
other
the area.
opportunities. I think maybe carrot acres. I think carrots are still pretty strong right now in consumption. So I think carrots are something we might see a little bit more of. Like I said, the processing tomato thing, if it's realized in the next couple of years, it'll add some acres and take some strain off of the potato acres, I think, in terms of, you know, like I said, I think growers are going to be cut more and it's going to, we're looking at a couple tough years.
And you're exactly right. The freezers are full of fries. Inflation's at an all-time high, and people are not going out to eat. They can't afford it.
Right.
Because our state has limited them on the amount of hours they can work a week, and I understand they want to take it down to 36 hours a week.
Yeah.
Well, their disposable income is already gone.
Yep.
Now, they're making it rough for families to exist because nobody wants to pay overtime.
Yeah, it's really tough. Grocery bills have gone up significantly, and like I said, people don't go out to eat because it's cheaper to buy groceries and bring them home. But still,
Do you offer anything for people to come in and learn how to grow a garden? Because that's something
we do. We have Master Gardener program that's operated out of our Benton County office, and so they do a bunch of outreach in the community where they're going and building like raised beds in some of the
Yes.
different community areas and showing people how to utilize those. So we have that program, which does help people, like I said, learn how to garden.
With that new building, it'd be a perfect opportunity. People would be appealing to come to your building, and if they want to learn how to raise a
I'm
garden.
not planting vegetables in that. You want me to plant vegetables in
No.
the garden?
No, I'm just saying,
Rid of that grass.
an overlay or a room where you could meet and
No, we do,
show-
and absolutely, and I think that's like I said, we've taken one of the rooms, and the little bit of money we had to spend on that was putting some flooring in one of the rooms to make it a conference room, and we make that available for those types of meetings. We make it available for like commodity commissions if they want to have meetings and stuff like that. So it's a nice space for that, and we're very thankful how well it is equipped. You guys should come check it out. It's very useful. But no, we do offer that. And I think there's more of that being done. Actually, our Master Gardeners, some of their new volunteers are very young, which that hasn't been the trend previously. And I think that people wanting to grow their own food is why we're seeing more of the younger people coming in and participate in that. Typically, the folks that participated in that program were of retirement age and wanted to kind of give back to the community, which is great. But we're also seeing some younger folks in there, which is a good thing.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That it?
That's it.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a
Yep.
good day.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you.
everything.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Gonna go back to the commissioner office?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Because, Bo, you're not up till after lunch, right? Oh, man.
You got 5 minutes, go.
It's up to you all. If you want to do IT now, or we can come back and finish the commissioner's part. I don't know what folks were scheduled to break at 11, so I don't know what folks would like to do.
I'm good to think. I just need a small break here.
Okay, let's take a break. Mr. Chair, you can
Yeah, I'm just
decide
trying to
how you
figure,
might
well,
want to think about.
Well, Bo's here, so we can do the,
I'll be here at 1:30 if that's what you want also.
well, if we could get it out of
Yeah.
the way. I know I have a doctor's appointment at 4.
you don't need to go to that.
I don't, except for my temporary crown fell off, so.
All right,
Oh, we can take care of that right now.
Yeah,
I've got some.
That's halfway
got
done.
some glue.
Let's follow the rest.
We'll do it for half price.
Just lean back.
I bit in half, so.
Just lean back, I'll take it out. All right.
Thank you.
It's just skyrocketing.
Good morning. So at this point, we'll reconvene the meeting. We're back from break, so we're here with IS.
Good morning. I brought a small presentation for you guys, just a brief overview of what Information Services does. So if you'd go to the next slide. Information Services, we support all the departments of the county, big or small. I've listed them all out here for you. You know what those departments are, but we are spread out across many different departments that function as their own business. So for us, every department is its own business, and they all have their own important needs. So do you mind going to the next one?
Talk a little bit closer into your mic, please.
Sorry. So our goals for Information Services are primarily, the very first one is securing the network while ensuring minimal impact to the user experience and accessibility to those systems. Our second goal is providing timely and accurate support to all users experiencing technical issues, requiring assistance from Information Services. Our third goal is implementing training and enhancing computer literacy throughout the departments. That might be basic computer literacy, or that might be teaching them how to use their new systems of their departments. The fourth goal is establishing clear service level agreements and performance metrics to measure and improve customer satisfaction within Information Services. Next one. Information Services, we have 11 full-time employees, 10 of which of those positions are currently filled. We are holding off on filling the last employee position, which was the telecom engineer position that Michael previously had filled. We're holding off to assist with finances on filling this position, knowing that if we come to a point where we have a critical need in the field, we want to fill that position as soon as possible to make sure that the emergency communication system stays up. If we can get to the end of next year, we'd like to turn that position into a network analyst position to assist with the other technicians that we have, which would be a grade 17, step 1, instead of a grade 20, step 7. We are going to be talking today about some of the promotions I want to pursue here through the budget process. We have 2 systems analyst positions. Their roles are, so one of them is to support financial systems. That has grown in capacity because now we have Gravity that we need to support. They're very closely tied and related to each other. We have another position who trains. He's been here a very long time. He's responsible for keeping the servers running. He's responsible for all the new applications, making sure everything's secure so that we're making good decisions as we bring in new solutions. Because usually they're a cloud service, whereas we've always had stuff inside, we've been able to protect it from the inside. Now that we're doing more systems outside, there's more security risk. We have a GIS manager who is been performing the role here for 10 years. He is taking on a new solution to replace the MapSifter product that is online that we all know. He is going to be running a new solution in-house. And so that is a large increase to his duties. And he actually has that product available online right now, so we kind of have them both side by side. The last position, we have a lot of network technicians doing a lot of different things for all these different departments that we've listed. This individual next November will be hitting their 5-year here, and I'd like to create this Network Analyst 3 position for those who have learned the systems of the county over 5 years and have at least 2 years of good performance reviews to give them a path forward as this person's generally training the younger staff coming in. So we'll go ahead and move on. This year, I have several large requests coming in. We have received approval from the State of Washington Military Department in tandem with FEMA. to address cybersecurity projects. So we've been given approval from the state for $145,000. They're for cybersecurity. The county does have to pay for these up front, and they get reimbursed on project completion. We do have updates to the FEMA. Commissioner Didier, we had talked about these before. We do have more progress with the process of having the rubber stamp from FEMA. I'm expecting that we're going to have that here in the next week or two. And then the projects, I've been asked by accounting and the commissioners to wait until January so we can have a plan. That way we're not pulling from contingency. We're planning ahead for these projects. We're using the funds up front, and then accounting has worked with us to create the lines for this money to be allocated but also received from the reimbursements. And I think that might be the last slide. No. Capital requests. We have a lot of capital requests this year. I have several of them listed here. We're also going to probably talk about some of these as we go down the line items. But the first view, I'm going to go down the left side here. We have the phone system. We have had the phone system for about 8 years now. So we have hardware that has run its course. But the first one is about software. We have some E911 upgrades that we have to do as part of our requirements for location. You know, if you call 911, it needs to say where you are at, and we have to take these upgrades and apply it to the system so we can manage this. We have 8-year-old hardware. We have 3 servers currently. The request here is to purchase 2 servers that would replace the 3, so we can do it with less, but we still need to replace the hardware. We have other servers that we need to replace that we purchase usually 1 to 2 servers a year so that we have a continual flow of, you know, hardware refresh. Unfortunately, some of our newer servers have experienced hardware issues that were not recoverable. So we've had to maintain older servers longer than we normally would. Along with hardware refresh, you also have, we all have Windows on our computers at home. Every time you get new hardware, there's usually a new version of Windows. It's no different for server. So we want to make sure we're running the latest versions when we buy hardware. We have security system project upgrades. I don't want to speak to this too much because I don't want to portray or misspeak to any security concerns that there could be based on any conversations, but we want to make sure that we're taking 3 of our recording servers that are aged and replace it with 1 that is a larger capacity to essentially 1-to-1 capacity. We have several grants that I have listed on here. The first one is a web application firewall. As we have more systems that are in the cloud, this system needs to be maintained. The current one's 8 years old, and it has worked flawlessly, so we're just hardware refresh for this appliance. We got approved for a grant to do this. We do have another server that is part of the old database for 911 dispatch, where we still maintain records for 911 calls that are still open cases. That particular server is out of compliance. It is too old, and the server software is no longer supported for Microsoft. We have a couple other grants in here. We have hardware for the technicians. When we swap computers out, we're required to pull the hard drives. We need to make sure that they're wiped and then physically damaged. That's one of the grants to replace that equipment to make it more time effective for staff. We have previously owned a performance evaluation software platform over the years. The version that we've maintained, the assessors, the auditors, Public Works, IS, several different departments, this software has been sunsetted for a while, so we can't reinstall it anywhere. The desire in previous administrations has been to encourage performance reviews, and the county does not have a standard for that, so this is one that we would like to pursue. The second to last one is we have a network room in the public safety building. This is a very small closet. It is constantly overheating. Facilities has to come in and bring additional air conditioning in there during the hottest parts of the summer. We'd like to remodel that room, and I believe facilities will have a portion of the cost on their request as well. The last one is to explore getting a redundant internet service connection. If we lose our connection right now, the whole county's out of business. We can't operate because we have cloud systems. If you can't get to them, you can't do business. Everything's heavily reliant on this. So we are looking at what it would take to get a second one brought in so that it could operate when the primary one goes down, but maybe at a lesser capacity. That way we're not, paying as much for a second circuit that's, in emergent need. So that is that for that one. I think that was the last slide. That is. So thank you for letting me go through that.
Oh, thank you.
Give me a second here.
Total request is 359.
Those are grants, aren't they?
Do you want to start with the revenue?
I think the board has been pretty much leaving it up to the departments, but the total expenditure requests are $691,068.
Is that backing out the grant money?
No, it includes some grant-funded projects. And the grants are not, there's a couple of grants in the revenues that I have not added into the baseline amount, only because I wasn't going to add those in as a revenue without the offsetting expenditure. So if you approve the expenditure, then the revenue would be added in as well to offset it.
What was the total again? 691?
$691,068.
Do you want to just start at the top of the page and we'll work our way down? Okay. So most of our revenue, I'm just going to generalize, is essentially going to be the same with a small increase because what we have for billing is for our services. We have, internet services, we have security services, backup services, the financial system. These are all part of the IS billing services that we do annually. So any increase to those is just the 5%, 10% increases we see on those software maintenance renewals. The biggest changes that you're going to see in here is Tim's created those two lines that say cybersecurity grant and state grant, military. So he's divided that out because those grants are 80% federal and 20% state. So he's put those on two different lines for the revenue if we proceed with those projects. Other than that, the revenue should be essentially the same. Our revenues are the IS services billing or work order billing. And there are some lease fees that are in there, but those are all contractual and they don't really change much year to year. I think we can go down to expenses at this point. So I'm going to go through here with attachment A, if that's fine. If we start off with, can we start off with 3599?
Yep.
So 3599, help me explain how this starts at a zero budget every year, and then we have essentially our computer replacement cycle is what constitutes our 3599.
Correct. It's a non-baseline, so it doesn't roll over small tools and equipment.
So, ideally, what we'd be looking for here is that computers ideally would be replaced every 5 years. This year, I have requested more than previous years because we have a lot of aging computers. We're a little behind that 5-year cycle. We like to break it out between the computers, the GTACs, which is the tablet laptops that are going to deputies' cars, laptops, similar to what you guys all carry around, and then tablets, which are kind of hybrid with the PA's office would use from going from their office to court and back. We also have our monitor replacements, scanner printers, and then in here I do have a portion of one of the grants. Tim had me divided out between under $5,000 grant requests that are hardware versus over $5,000.
Yeah, just depending on what is being purchased, if it's capital, which would be over $5,000 typically, or if it's more small tools and equipment, just trying to comply with the accounting guidance is what we're doing there. And so this piece of it looked like it was more just small tools and equipment.
So as far as the 3599, our request is probably about roughly 10% larger than last year, and that's mostly because of trying to play catch up with hardware refresh. The next line item, 4120, this is our GIS mapping line. We have asked for an increase to this line, and that increase is because software prices are going up. The vendors are trying to take their products and turn it into a subscription model where you have to pay every month or every year rather than buy it until it's no longer supported. In addition to that software increase, there's just more users, IS, assessor, public works. There's more people in the offices using these software programs for that increase. This is also part of what is giving you that new map sifter replacement is some of the funds in this line, which is about a $15,000 decrease in a 4816 line later by reducing it. So there's hard to tell in here, but it's actually a net decrease. The next line item I'm going to talk about is the 4206. This is the telephone broadband connections. One of the last things that Liz did before she left is she was able to consolidate some circuits and renegotiate some contract pricing for the broadband. So there was the increase of adding the connection at the 1310 building, but there was also 2 connections that we no longer needed. And then taking account, she was able to get about 15-20% decrease in about 5 of those circuits. Moving on to 4310, travel and mileage reimbursement. We have our professionals going to training more frequently than we have in the past, whether it's leadership, GIS, or other. So I've asked for an increase in the mileage reimbursement line. Our copier leases on line 4501. We had renewed our copier lease about a year ago, and it's less than the previous one that we had. So we've reduced that line item because we don't need all the money in that. The next one is the 4816. This is the big one. This is where we have the software maintenance for 63 different software titles throughout all of the departments. We see anywhere from a 5 to a 10% increase in this line every single year, and will continue to. Some of the most noteworthy, because this is such a large ask, is I wanted to draw your attention to why that's such a large increase, that $304,000. It's a $160,000 increase for the software renewal for Microsoft 365. We talked about this last year, and you guys funded us halfway. As we continue to get that deployed to everybody, there'll become an annual maintenance on that. So what that looks like for Franklin County for all its users to renew that every year is $160,000. The next large increase to this line is about $61,000 with the contractual increase for gravity. Beyond that, there's about roughly $31,000 increase for a grant-funded solution that is called Civic Plus Optimize. This would be one of the ones where we would need to pay for the grant up front and then get reimbursed for it. There would be a recurring cost after the 2-year ask that the grant had approved. So we would see that in 2027. The next one is a $24,000 increase, very similar, but this is for a backup. So as we all get the Office 365, the computers themselves and the users themselves can save stuff out to OneDrive. I think everybody's familiar with OneDrive, or at least they've heard of it. It's cloud storage for your files. We need to back that up because we're required to preserve our files for public records. That is a grant-funded project that would have 2 years of maintenance paid for from the grant, and then in 2027, we would have to start paying it out of this line. The last one that was noteworthy was $15,000, and this was for a grant project from last year. It was a 1-year contract. The grant paid for that. Now we got to pay the renewal cost on that moving forward. Questions on this very large increase?
I'll maybe take a stab at asking you a question to help the board understand criteria to prioritize.
Okay.
If they can't find the resources for all of these, what are the criteria you utilize to say these are the highest and most important investment we should make?
Right.
So help them kind of like think through, okay, if we can't do it all, how do they prioritize? What criteria should they be thinking about, or what prioritization process would you go through?
So one of my slides talked about our goals, and our first one is security. And we are here to do cybersecurity first and make sure the users can work second. A lot of these requests are for security to make sure that we keep this network running for the employees. Not all of these necessarily will be as large of an impact as the other ones. The Civic Plus Optimize, this is a solution that's going to save a lot of time in the county. This is a form automation project that any department, if there's a process that's repetitive, that you can assign a configuration to say, we talked with the assessor's office with the senior exemptions. They could go through and have this form filled it out, reduce human error. This isn't necessarily a cybersecurity thing. Do we need it? I think we would very much benefit from this. Do we have to have it? No, we don't. But we did get a grant approved for it. It would pay for it up front, but there still would be ongoing costs after the 2-year contracts that we've got going on with that. So all of these items I've gone through, I'm trying to go through here from the first one being the most important to the last one being if we can't get that far, then we cut from the bottom up. It's hard to determine because we have a very large ask. We have a very large budget with the software maintenance that's always going to continue to grow. It's also contractually obligated because we've agreed to these solutions and to the maintenance, and then we're going to continue those contracts moving forward. So we need the software maintenance because our technicians are fantastic, but they can't do 63 different applications and be experts in all of them and keep all the departments up and running. So I'm not sure if I'm hitting on this well enough for you, Eric.
I think it's really for the board. I mean, if,
Yeah.
as you well know, there is finite resources, so
Mm-hmm.
trying to help them understand if they were to make reduction somewhere, what's,
Yeah.
what's the consequence as well of not potentially doing.
And so these grants are a large portion of our increased asks, and they are steered towards cybersecurity. It would be our recommendation that we need to do these so that we're not ending up like other agencies down the road. It's a cat and mouse game, you know. Not if you're gonna get hit with cybersecurity, it's when. And so if we keep moving that needle to protect ourselves, we're gonna protect ourselves from getting the next cybersecurity attack. I'd like to say these are all very much needed. I understand that we have a budget issue that we gotta work through. And so I'm willing to work with you guys throughout this whole, budget process to identify these and, get into the weeds, if you will.
I'm not quite sure how to ask this question, and this isn't you, it's just the nature of technology. As everything seems to be escalating at a pretty exponential rate as far as software licensing, Gravity, talking about that escalator, that was built into the contract from the get-go, trying to get us on the hook, and then you escalate it, and I recognize that. Do you foresee any way of kind of managing that? Earlier in a different presentation, we talked about we have around the county numerous licenses to Westlaw. Is there a way to, on the economy of scale, Office 360, that we get a master license and that gives us, up to 233 sub-licenses or something like that?
There are different sets of Microsoft Office out there. We have taken a lot of time this year to work with a vendor to evaluate those options. Because the county and because we deal with the potential for criminal justice information, we have to subscribe for a particular license, which that way the data is housed in the U.S. with people who are background checked, rather than you and I having a personal 365 account at home and we don't care just as long as it works. So we have evaluated it. We did sit down with 3 different companies to see what they would charge to onboard us for helping us set up all the infrastructure to make that work. We did go with a company that we were familiar with. They were one of the lowest bids. We did move forward with them to onboard the set up the infrastructure. The licensing is pretty standardized because that is like a NASPO contract pricing for the licenses. So whether I get it from vendor A or vendor B, it's gonna be pennies. And those prices, for whatever reason, it varies every single day. So if I go buy licenses today for you, it's gonna be 12 months worth of licensing. And then in a year, you're on Microsoft Office, so you have to continue it. They have the products where you can say, I want to buy it one time, but they're steering you to a path where it's all just going to be subscription-based if it's not already.
Yeah, I'm kind of familiar with that in my own business from firewalls and different things.
Mm-hmm.
What about licenses or so forth that is becoming obsolete? Do we ever do an audit to go look and see if it's still something that we use, or are we just on an automatic renewal that just happens whether we use it or need it or not?
So in our in our portal where we manage that, we can see how many licenses there are, how many would be unused. At this point, we're still rolling it out to departments. So
I wasn't meaning this
I'm-
one in particular, but
yeah, but you know, we're looking at, and so we're not buying it until they're done installing the last batch. That way, we're not paying for stuff. It's sitting there while my guys are able to get out there and put it out. As far as to get to your point, the 365 actually brings us some capabilities that we have already paid systems for right now, that once we're up and running over here, we can sunset these over here. So there's like the device management portals. We can get everybody off of that and moved over to Microsoft. There's the potential that we could move from the Cisco phone system to a Teams phone system in the future. And because we already have the infrastructure for Teams, we just would have to get compatible phones to replace that system.
get something
So-
compatible, add the module, and now we have it.
Yeah.
What about, do we do redundant things? For instance, like you have a service like DocuSign, and then there's, comparable competitors to it, where that, one office uses DocuSign and the other office uses, eSign, whatever the other one is. Do we look at things like that?
We do, yeah. We're very conscious of when we're spending money. We try to see if we can use alternate sources. When we get to the end of the year and the budget's pretty much dry, if the assessor needs a new server, we're gonna say, well, okay, we can take this to budget unless you wanna use your REIT funds to, purchase that new server, then in which case, then, maybe that's an avenue for us to do. I use that example because that is potentially a cost savings in our requests here. The assessor and the treasurer's office would like to get a new server, and that could be, based on my requests, that could be paid out of REIT. I've gotten the impression that they both have already approved to do that. We're just waiting to do that after the beginning of the year.
Well, I appreciate some of Eric's questions there, kind of on a prioritizing, having been there and watched the brute force attack and seeing that, and I'm surely not to a full level, but starting to appreciate the gravity of what that was. Appreciating that we need to have, robust ability to safeguard the things that we have. So, yeah, really appreciate what you guys do.
To speak more to the 4816 line in that 365 increase, my guys are very busy trying to roll that out, but it does look like we're behind schedule. So that lump sum that we're gonna expect to have to pay on May 1st, that may not be $160,000. That may look more like $140,000, but then you're gonna have the remaining people throughout the year that we're still trying to get back on bar so that we can prorate everybody to the same date, so that by the time we do have everybody in there, and like I think I answered your question, we do audit who has the accounts in there. So there are mechanisms that if somebody leaves the county, that license gets freed up, and that can be handed to the next employee that comes and fills that spot, so that we're not purchasing more licenses than we need. That is one of the beautiful parts about that portal, is it gives you a lot of data to manage it well.
I think he's also asking about obsolete software.
Yeah, and we try to, back to your point about, obsolete software, we do have staff that watches that very closely. That will be part of some of our expenses this year and some of our expenses next year, is to make sure that we have a replacement plan for either computers that cannot go to Windows 11 or computers that we can buy a Windows 10 extension, because the end of support next year is going to be Office 2016, which is what we're trying to replace with 365, and then we're trying to replace the computers with a newer version of software. And so we're very cognizant of expiring software, and we do try to make sure that through the maintenance contracts, the 4816 line, that we are keeping current on that with the latest versions of everything.
Thank you.
I'll continue with the last couple of lines that I had here, if I can. our 4817 line for repair and maintenance for our web hosting, our techs have found that they can get the same product from a different vendor for less for these hosting fees. So we were able to reduce that by $500. I think we'll be able to do that further in the future. Time will just tell. The next line is the 4899. This is a line that was new to me this year that we were using to purchase the Office software from, and we're looking to use this for the grant portions. Thank you. So any of the grants that we're looking at, the software portion is what's being added to this 4899, and this is a one-time expense on this line, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Any of these costs, if there are reoccurring costs, would go into that 4816 line. And then the last one that I have on here is just an increase to training certifications. As I mentioned earlier, we have more staff that are going to training. You got to pay for the registrations and whatnot, so we're looking to increase that just a little bit. The capital requests. Is that where you're at? Yep. I'm going to go down through this list. This is also going to be part of projects that really need to happen because of requirements or because of hardware failure or because of grants. The first request that we have, and these have been put in here by priority, from most important at the top to the least at the bottom. The first one, like I said, is for the phone system upgrade. The software does have to be maintained on a regular basis. There is a new requirement for the E911 location compliance. The second request on here is to replace the 3 servers that we have right now. They're 8-year-old servers. They're moving parts. They wear out. We're trying to get those replaced. We can consolidate it. We've verified with the vendor that we can do it with 2 instead of 3. Request number 3, this is where I was talking about, we're asking for 2 servers to replace 8-year-old servers. Again, they're worn out. We may be able to consolidate this down to 1 server rather than 2 if we're able to use REIT funds to pay for one of these. Request number 4, this is the server software. So number 3 and number 4 are tied. It's just one's paid through the hardware provider and the other one's paid through for a software reseller. Number 5, this is part of the security system. One of the issues we're trying to overcome right now is storage capacity and the fact that we have 3 servers that are, I believe these are 7 or 8 years old themselves, and they have failed. We've replaced several hard drives on these. And we've changed the configuration to allow more tolerance, but it does disrupt business. This also captures a previous request to put more cameras on the east side of the courthouse. This would be the public steps out front. Request number 6, this is a grant request. This is for the web application firewall. This is replacing an old system that's 8 years old, and this has been approved to be funded or reimbursed from the state. The software that would software maintenance contract that would go for this, I believe this is a 2-year that they would cover the software maintenance on this. Request number 7, again, another grant. This was for specifically to replace the server that was housing the old dispatch data that is still tied to open investigations. Request number 8, this is for hardware for the technicians as they're required by the sheriff's office and through the CJIS that we have to destroy drives before they go out. So there's a process of scrubbing them, that takes the technician hours, if not days, to scrub a standard drive nowadays, and then they have to physically damage it. These would make that be about 2 minutes instead of days. Next one, this is the performance evaluation software. This would be part of the portal that the HR uses for applicants. Has a performance solution for department heads to use. The old one, every time somebody gets their computer replaced, that software cannot be reinstalled because it tries to phone home and there is no home for it to phone home to. So this would be one that if we're looking to cut funding, quite frankly, we could, push this one off. I think as part of, following procedures and policies, this is still a good practice to look into. The next one is the public safety building remodel. We asked for this last year. We used the funds that we had for other things, so this is not a project that was funded last year. We can get by again another year if we have to on this one. The last one I've got on here is the redundant ISP. We don't need to have a second ISP, but if we go down, we're sure going to wish that we had. So, I'll leave it with that.
There's a lot of projects and stuff. I'm curious to know, say you were approved for every single thing on this list, would you have the staffing to be able to complete, to do everything?
Yeah, so for the ones that are involved with vendors, it's really just taking a configuration of what we already have, exporting that, bringing it into the new system, plugging the device in, and off you go. Some of these are new hardware, whether it's the drive crushers, you buy it off the shelf, you set it down, you plug it in, you use it. The servers, you got to stand those up, and Mark can have those turned up in a day or so. Some of the other solutions, like the performance evaluation software, we've worked with these vendors before. They have a very good strategy. They have a documented process to implement these. I think we can take all 6 of those grants and make those successful. I think in part of the grant program, they asked how long it would take to stand most of these up, and I think 2 months was the longest we said any of those would take. And that's usually because you would have a weekly status meeting, and then you'd have work, and then you'd meet it the next week until completion.
You guys get the memo last week that there was only going to be 3 requests per department allowed?
I submitted this before that.
Yeah, but we represent 20 departments, so we're
Yeah,
actually
and
good for
that's-
60.
Oh, so you're good, you're
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
you still got room.
We'll stick with what we got. So I do acknowledge that, we do have a budget that we have to work with. My job is to come out here and ask for it because I'm asking for IS, but I'm also asking for the 20-some odd departments that they rely on us for services.
And I know there was an 80-20 split between federal and state funding on those grants, but other than that, there was no ultimate cost to the county on those projects, right? They were fully.
It's fully funded.
Fully funded.
Yeah, it's a reimbursement, but
Yeah.
it would be fully funded. The ongoing, so when there was costs that would be reoccurring, I didn't want to ask for 10 years of contract maintenance because they would just look at me and laugh. So I asked for 2 on most of these, where appropriate, and they approved these. If I asked for 3 or 4 years, they probably would have laughed at me still. So I was trying to balance between getting approval for this FEMA grant versus, just no opportunity at all. This is a grant that we will have access to again next year at almost the same capacity. We would just have to apply for these projects. If we don't apply them this year, I need to let them know that we're not going to receive all of these. Preferably, we would approve all of these. there's about $5 million I think they had available this year that's looking to be about the same amount of money for next year.
So those ones seem, I mean, they're low risk, at least as far as this year and the next couple of years or whatever. But ultimately, at that point, then the county is taking on the extra expenditure at that point.
Unless it can be requested in the grant in the future.
Yeah, we would specify how many years of support we would want to achieve with that grant, and that's what we did, and that's what they approved.
So of the 691 request, how much of that is grant funding?
I believe that would,
300 something, I believe. Or no, maybe.
the grant funding was 145.
Yeah.
145,000, so I would imagine that would be about $500,000 of increases otherwise. Most notably 160,000 being Microsoft Office.
And how much longer is Microsoft Office, how much longer are they going to be supporting if you're not going to is that known? If you're not-
October of next year.
October of next
Yeah.
year.
So we have to have everybody off of 2016 before October.
You have any questions?
No, I'm good.
All righty.
Do we want to talk about 139? No, Pandora's box by asking.
How long will that take, do you think?
This is fast. I'll give you a
Probably
second.
Famous last words.
Probably the biggest discussion on this is the microwave / radios for BCES.
Right. So as far as the 139, or the 13902, as far as revenue, we're expecting revenue to maintain. We're not expecting any changes to revenue. As far as expenditures, we've just across the boards, we left everything alone, with exception of we do have the line item 642802. We increased that. That was labeled as the radio upgrade. I know we have some large plans ahead of us to work with BCS to pay for the radios and the microwave and all that stuff. I'm fully expecting that you guys are going to want to use these funds to help pay for portions of that. Then there's also the contingency in here, which is we've increased this to $516,000. So these are funds that Liz had laid out in anticipation of the merge with BCS and the microwave project and the radios and all of that stuff. I don't know how deep into this you guys want to get into this, or if that's a conversation for another day.
For me, you had shared that with me, so I was aware of it. I don't need to get it deeper today.
Okay, well, thank you for allowing me to give, 15 seconds to all of these different requests. I understand they're large. I wouldn't ask for them if the users didn't need them. But at the same time, we've got a limited budget, so we got to figure out, where you guys want to draw the line.
Well, thank you. We
you.
appreciate your
Thank you,
willingness to
guys.
work with us on this. Thank you. So,
Thank you.
with that, any further discussion, or we will break for lunch?
Yeah, I think we are gonna try and accommodate a quick change. I've sent emails out. Prosecutor Sant has trial today, so we're gonna try and move him to 1, and then we would move Jennifer to 1:30. That's the switch we'll try and make, so we'll come back with the prosecutor at 1, hopefully. At court today.
All right, sounds good.
So if we identify something in one budget that we believe should be in a different budget, what's the process of switching something from the commissioner's office to IS or something like that? How do we move something?
I mean, I think it can just be done within this process. I mean, I can make that change if the
Okay.
board feels it's appropriate.
Last night I was at the city council meeting, and they're doing their budget presentations relatively similar to what we're doing, and had an opportunity to visit with some of their department heads and just asking questions and trying to learn, and so some of the questions that I asked and the answers that I got made a lot of sense, and so maybe, Tim, I'll visit with you about that. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, we will break for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock. Finance 101, we are reconvening our meeting on the budget. And we have Sean Sant.
Thank you, Commissioners, for accommodating the scheduling change from 2 o'clock to 1. We're currently in a hearing, and it's anticipated to go the rest of the afternoon. So thank you for allowing that to fill in. We submitted our basically no changes with obviously the COLA adjustments and things like that that come up, but we haven't made a specific request, and I thought I would at least share with the board why. We've been hearing for the last probably year and a half that we're facing budget shortfall, budget crunch. So we've tried to keep that in mind when we're looking at changes that we've wanted to make within the office as far as modifications to various positions. We kept that in mind because we took it from what has been said at the commissioner meetings for the last year and a half is that, hey, we're going to have to be tightening our budgets, tightening our belts. We are still awaiting for implementation for the compensation study for employees, and I don't think that this would be the time to try to make the one-off adjustments that we would have. We've looked at trying to make adjustments to our supervisory level within our office, but we've also kept in mind what this board has said regarding changes. So with that, we did not submit any proposed changes or adjustments on that would have moved individuals or created positions within existing personnel, not adding an FTE, but to basically pulling from our existing folks and modifying those positions. We did not do that. The reason why I say this is just as a caveat. If it turns out that our projections change and it looks like we can start addressing and accommodating adjustments, I would just ask that I be allowed to submit an amendment change to the board. But again, I've been very aware of this board's direction as far as our current financial status. We've basically not really addressed anything other than what we're facing for the normal the cost increases that we see from various things that we really don't have control over. So anyway, we're trying to monitor that. We're trying to obviously explore fully our therapeutic court and see how that could assist us in adjusting overall cost because we do recognize, and I've said this to this board many times over the last few years, we recognize that the actions, the cases we file on, there's a direct correlating cost, if not maybe an additional cost because of the cost going up with OPD. So we are very mindful with that. I think we continue to have a good relationship with OPD and making sure that we are monitoring their caseload limits for the attorneys that are assigned to the Office of Public Defense. We always can hope that we will get additional state funding because I find it always difficult to say this is a county issue when we are prosecuting cases for violations of state law violations. And we do get a little bit of funding from the state, but not nearly enough for addressing this issue. So anyway, with that, I'm open for questions. As I said, we have not really made any kind of changes based on the discussions that we have previously had on our financial situation. We are down 2 positions already within our office, so there is going to be some savings. One of those positions was slated for a senior DPA position, and frankly, prosecutors' offices aren't much different from offices of public defense. Recruitment is low. We're not getting the number of applicants that we once did. Where it used to be where we had any available position, whether it be defense or typically within a prosecutor's office, there were 10 applicants per position. Now there's 10 positions per applicant. I mean, that's throughout the state. So anyway, I just thought I would share that with the board because as this board is addressing how to deal with budget, we do recognize the increase of costs that are going to be coming to OPD. The State Supreme Court is taking under direction. We're in the comment slated now for getting a decision at some point in time where we're going to hear a ruling on caseload limits and how that's going to change. It's been reduced over the years. If the proposals that have been proposed go forward and the court adopts that, which came out of the Board of Governors, that's going to be very concerning. And that means that if we don't have bodies to fill positions now, similarly to the situation in Oregon, how does reducing those case limits over the next 2 years significantly get a help? So that's putting us as prosecutors on notice that we need to probably figure out what are we going to do. I've told the public as well as this board, we will always make sure that we have resources to prosecute the most serious and violent offenses. And that's allowed us over the years. We've created programs or facilitated our felony diversion program. We've basically filled our positions within therapeutic courts. We've enjoyed our partnership that we've had for years with Benton County with the drug court program. Now with the grants and the additional funding that we had with the mental health tax, we were able to develop our therapeutic court program here. We recognize it's a little bit of a cost shift. It's a little bit more beneficial when we have individuals that can go through that process. So anyway, I just wanted to lay that out there that we are very mindful of that, and we will continue to work with our Office of Public Defense in making sure that our caseload limits we have the ability to continue to do what we need to do and make those decisions accordingly as time goes on. Any questions for the board?
I'm just, Mr. Chairman,
No,
going through here, Sean, and when they're in parentheses, that's a reduction, right?
Correct.
You're reduced your three categories by 810,000.
I don't think that's correct. I don't think we've made it 810,000
There was-
reduction.
18,
The three added up, you got 167.
The revenues also come in as negative. The revenues come in as a negative, and then the expenditures, when they've reduced, they're a negative. So they have, there's 18,264 of reductions in expenditures.
Okay.
The bulk of that coming from professional services, down 14,000.
Okay, that's what I was hoping to get clarity on this because I was rather shocked, but I'm very appreciative because this is what we're asking every department is let's think lean. We got to still get the job done, but we got to start really recognizing the situation we're in, and I appreciate it, Sean.
And Commissioner, this is what we are trying to do. We are very mindful of that. Our professional services budget basically covers the expenditures that come up with the large trials. If we have large sex cases or murder cases, those are a little bit more expensive. We have witnesses that have to be typically flown in or brought back to the area, especially if it's been some time before when they were victims. We want to bring them back, and that's what comes out of the professional services line, but also things that we need for court, certain witnesses, expert witnesses. But we are mindful of that. We're trying to do our part to keep consistent with what the board is looking at and trying to just play our part with looking at our overall budget. And we hope we'll be able to do that over the next year.
So Tim, the other category is the child services, and then the victims' witnesses. Those, there's no reduction in those?
Child support, there was a slight increase in revenue, no changes on the expenditure requests.
Okay.
And then they have the crime victims witness fund, which it could be useful to the board to just briefly describe the purpose of that fund, where the revenues come from. And that is, unfortunately, that's one of those areas from the state that we've seen kind of decreased funding over the years. That does not keep up. We have one FTE position that is actually shared between the city of Pasco, our office, and Benton County Prosecutor's Office. Obviously, when they have increase in cost or COLAs for the salaries over the years, we haven't received a much change in revenue. In fact, we've seen a decrease from the state covering that. But that is one of our obligated requirements. It's basically victims are recognized under our state constitution, and that basically helps us fulfill those duties, trying to work with them, making sure we get restitution, and we do everything that we can to help them be made whole again. I will say, just to remind everybody, on the child support budget, that is basically a pass-through. So any changes, whether we save money there or not, it really doesn't result in a realized change for our county's budget sake, because what we do is we prepare a budget for the child support division each year. We submit that, it gets approved by the state, and that's basically a reimbursement. So we do get reimbursed for the overhead, and I think that's approximately like 18% for the cost, basically the share of them being here in our building, all the equipment, things like that. So there's a little bit of savings there. The position that we have, we recognized years ago that that was kind of an underutilized deputy prosecutor position. So that person that is assigned to child support also does felony work. And so we've been able to tap into that. That's one of those areas, rather than creating a brand-new FTE, we've tried to look at our existing resources and figure out how we could become more efficient. And so that's been a expansion over the years of having that person kind of fill those dual roles. We have to calculate time and submit our time to the state for the reimbursement for the part that is done for the state, so.
Prosecutor Sand, and I don't know if this is a question for Tim or you, do we bring any revenue in from the sales and use tax for the behavioral health into your budget at all?
I don't believe that's brought into it directly. It basically goes to the therapeutic court. So obviously we're participants in that. And I know in Benton County, they basically assigned a cost so that essentially the prosecutor time that is spent in the therapeutic court is basically covered from that use tax. So that's something we certainly can look at that and change. It's a little, I think it's a little different here because if I recall correctly, in Benton County, it was more of they had a much larger caseload, and so it was almost like a complete one FTE. We could certainly look at that shift, but we do not currently have a fusion of funds into our budget for participating in that. But that's one of the things that we've looked at is the way our sales use tax was passed for the mental health court, also the center that we've been talking about over the last few years, those funds are available for funding the therapeutic court program. So any funds that we're currently taking from current expense from the county side, that can be augmented from that revenue stream for therapeutic court purposes.
I didn't see it as a revenue source, so that was really my question. And
So what we would
talked about this in OPD as well, because they actually have a contract just for that. Do you assign just one?
We have primarily two deputies, because what we found is that because of trials and things like that, the primary deputy that is involved with the trial, it may also be that same deputy that's handling therapeutic court. So we have two people that are trying to get fully trained up so that they have that alternation in full training. What we can do, though, we could work with the board. We can identify like a percentage. We could identify that, hey, this is a 0.3 FTE for doing the therapeutic court, and then we could take over funds. We just have to make sure that we're doing that and it's allocated correctly for, obviously the auditor's office to review that to make sure that, hey, this seems appropriate. But that's what we do for the child support. So that shouldn't be a problem. It would just be coming from a different pool.
Great.
And to be clear, those two deputies spend less than 1 day per week on that part of
So
their
it might
job.
be 20% of one FTE, something like that. So, thanks.
And you did say you had one vacant position?
We have two, actually.
Two vacant?
That's
and
correct.
you're currently trying to fulfill them, but they're in the budget?
They are in the budget, yes. That we have had that senior DPA position that has been vacant the whole time. We just have a vacancy right now for our district court DPA.
So do you have funds from last year, since you didn't fill that, pushing forward to this year?
We do. I don't like looking at it that way. Essentially, that gets returned back to the current expense.
I'm a farmer. We look at that all the time.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I mean, but for purposes of here, yes, you will see a cost savings there because of those unfilled positions. And now from here, hopefully in a few weeks, we'll find someone to take on that more junior DPA position. But you will see that has been unfilled, and so that does show our savings essentially. And I think the number that was thrown out by the board earlier is, if I remember, Mr. Johnson, about a 3.5% cut savings from each department, kind of trying to make up that look. That is approximately where it would be, is if we did have to do that. I mean, frankly, we not only need that position, we would need another position, but I recognize we're at where we are. So we're trying to be as smart as we can with the resources we have and be able to help the board with its matching the budget, so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baumann, any questions?
I don't think so. I think you explained it well enough that I understand.
Chairman?
Oh, Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, appreciate it.
So who are, I see some juggling going on, maybe self-juggling. Are we going to do Superior Court first then, or
Do you care? It doesn't matter if it's one
Or-
or the other.
doesn't matter to us? So just tell us which one, and like, you've yielded your time to watch Jennifer for a bit?
So Tim?
Yeah,
Okay, come on up.
yeah, that's fine.
So Tim?
No, you're fine.
I'm
We'll,
like, no.
yep,
Tim?
You ready?
yep, we're ready.
Okay, we're gonna do Superior Court first.
We'll do
and then
Superior Court first.
So Tim, could I get just a figure there, what Sean said was the savings on the PA office? There was a cost savings to us before we move into this one?
On the salaries or just
The
the?
whole, you said there was a savings there, but my figure.
Yeah, they had, they submitted reductions of 18,264.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. First of all, thank you for allowing us to come talk to you about our Superior Court budget. We're going to talk to you first about just the general Superior Court budget, and then later, we're going to talk to you about, Judge Stam is going to talk to you about the juvenile budget. I just want to thank the commissioners over the years for supporting the bi-county agreement with respect to Superior Court. It really has come a long way. This year, we've taken some innovative and bold moves on Superior Court about our reorganization. I'll talk to you a little bit about what we're doing, but I think the bigger picture that I want you to focus in on, we're going to be budget neutral and hopefully saving some money to the county with this reorganization based on our request for the board. So as many of you know, the bi-county agreement, it breaks up the cost from both Benton and Franklin counties. Can you pull that up? Can you help me out?
We will.
I was like, okay, I'm not a prosecutor. That's only about 20 years ago.
I wasn't sure if I was waiting for the juvenile section.
That's okay. But our budget here today is a bi-county agreement, and it's broken out by case filings and a pro rata share. As you can see, thank you for the help. Next slide, if you could just, there we go, that one. This gives you a historical breakdown of the pro rata from 2018 to 2023. And if you see the pro rata there, Benton County in 2018 is like 71.5, Franklin County is 28. And over the years, it's gradually increased based on the number of case filings to 29%. Based on the data, the 2025 proportionate share for Franklin County is going to be 29%. It's a little bit up from 28.91 for 2025. But the more important thing is that the Superior Court's coming before the board today to tell them that we're going to reorganize based on our changes in how we do business in the court system. It's also our long-term goal for this change to meet the next 10 or 15 years based on the judicial needs and the reallocation of resources to come to a budget neutral or reduction. And I think that's really important to the board, given the tightness of the budgets on both counties and the resources that are so limited. So the next slide is, what are we doing to get there? What is the high-level change that we're asking to do? The first one is administrative assistant. We're using a current FTE, and we're kind of changing the job description that better fits their overall goal, our overall job duties, and more in line to what the duties that she's performing. It'll be minimal to the extent of the budget impact because it's just the FTE's there. It's just going to be an administrative assistant. But the next part here is that the judicial assistants, if you recall, the board, I was here it's been about a year ago, that I came and talked to you about judicial assistants and where the court was going, that more in line with the needs of the court on the day-to-day operations, not in court, but also out of court. So we're asking to create a new job class for our case managers to be judicial assistants. There are currently 6 right now that are called case managers that really manage the cases that are filed in the civil and domestic and other guardianship caseloads. We would like to convert them from case managers to judicial assistants. It'll be a new job description, which will be also a minimal impact on the budget given their job descriptions. And I want to be mindful we did speak to the HR for Benton County in creating this new position. About a year ago, I talked to you about that. We already have the position ready to go, and that would be a changing of the FTEs from case managers to judicial assistants. So the new request, again, being mindful that it's budget neutral or it's saving some, is we're going to ask for 1 additional FTE for the judicial assistant. Will bring us up to 7. We're going to ask for a temporary Rule 9. As you know, that it's really difficult to get lawyers to come to Tri-Cities. So we're going to try to create a Rule 9 internship from law school. We have one potentially picked already if the board agrees. And hopefully she'll come back to practice in the Tri-Cities. I think it's imperative to do a forward thinking about trying to get lawyers to come back to Tri-Cities as a Rule 9. And hopefully, we can attract those folks to come back. But I think the bigger picture that you'll see here is the next position asks 2 court commissioners. We're asking for 2 full-time court commissioners. So what that entails is that currently we have 2 court commissioners that are helping out with the backlog in Benton County only. Benton County used ARPA funds about 1.5 years, 2 years ago to pay for additional court commissioners. They were full-time temporary. Their funding will expire, if you will, of December 31st, 2024. And the purpose of these court commissioners, as I indicated, to help with day-to-day operations on dockets, also the day-to-day operations with the judicial needs and of the court. And this will be a new 29% increase in our budget for Franklin County for both positions. But as I indicated, based on some budget reorganization, we'll be able to come in at budget neutral or savings. So those are the new judicial assistant, temporary Rule 9, and 2 additional full-time court commissioners. So you may be thinking, well, Judge Burns, how do you get there? What justifies 2 new court commissioners? Well, there's something that has been done by the Office of the Administrative Office of the Courts is for years. They do a judicial needs assessment. The last one was done in 2019, and that assessed all counties, how many judicial officers, based on case filings and some hearings, what justifies to the legislative branch to justify judicial officers. The last judicial needs was done in 2019 that set the total at, I believe that's green, 12.02. 12.02, sorry. This is green, Tiffany and green colors, but I'm colorblind. So the current judicial needs that is 12 judicial officers. Currently, right now, you're not getting all 12 judicial officers on a bi-county agreement. This judicial needs of 12 will bring us up to par with the judicial needs, meaning that, let me be blunt about it, that Franklin County will have 12 judicial officers at their resources. Yes, there's only 3 courtrooms, but we have other things that are going on during the day that don't require courtrooms, but you'll have resources from additional 2 FTEs. And that is based, if you look at the data here, of the combined court filings. If you look at Franklin County in 2019, they're about 2,900. And for 2024, and I want you to be mindful, it's 1,500, but that's only through July. we're on track to be about at the same number for 2024, which would give us a combined a number of about 10,000. So we're right on par with the judicial needs for the 2 additional court commissioners. The next slide is really what I want to really emphasize is that the reallocations are not asking for additional budget funds. We're going to be as close to budget neutral or a little cost savings, but with the 2 additional court commissioners, the reclassification of the case managers, one additional FTE, and then we're hopeful of Rule 9. The goal really is to assist us for the future and get to the requirements that we need for judicial officers based on an independent state assessment on the judicial needs to 12%. We've never been, and at least in my tenure, never have been at full judicial needs. But I also want to emphasize, I cannot remember the Superior Court reorganizing as aggressive as it is today and being budget neutral. I think the last time the board really heard from the Superior Court was when they authorized the 7th judge to be paid for and by the bi-county agreement. So I think this is a really good day for the Superior Court to be reorganized. It's also good for the board to the extent it's close, if not saving the citizens of Franklin County and the board additional funds based on some reallocation of FTEs. The next, it's still there, yeah. So you may be thinking, okay, Judge Burrs, well, how are we going to get there? Well, we're going to reallocate 3 positions and that will pay for the our request, and that we will come in hopefully right at budget neutral. I will say to the board, I failed to do this because I was going to say something about Mr. Johnson. We've been in contact with your interim administrator, Mr. Johnson, about our changes. He's been wonderful to work with. It's been a pleasure. It really has been. I enjoy his conversation and questions, and I will tell you, it was a breath of fresh air with Mr. Johnson and talking budget, because it really helped educate what we're trying to do and how we're going to get there. And his knowledge about and his experience has been really helpful. So I want to thank him for that help, Mr. Johnson, for that. The last thing that I want to say, which not in this budget proposal, which I'm sure you've already heard, is the bi-county drug court program. And I want to, on behalf of drug court today, I want to thank the board for 21 years of support. 375 people have graduated a bi-county agreement. We have a recidivism rate that I'm very proud of about 6% of recidivism for the last 3 years. As the board probably knows from the last time I came and spoke to you, is that the recidivism rate for a person that comes out of incarceration in the first year is about 30%. I didn't bring that number up. That's just according to the state Department of Corrections. 30%, and we're at 6%. I'm proud of it, and I want to thank the board for their years of support for 21 years. I understand it. I get it. But I think I wanted to thank the board for the budget that they have provided to both Benton and Franklin counties, and I appreciate you for doing that. So with that said, I know there may be a few questions. That's what the Superior Court's asking for, and we hope the board adopts it.
Well, thank you for your nice comments.
No.
We've had some great discussions along with Jared McPherson, the county administrator in Benton County. Jared and I had an opportunity to brief the board individually on some of the concepts. We could pull gravity up, but it really doesn't make much sense because we are still in the process of kind of, when they first submitted the budget, it doesn't look like what it's potentially going to look like in the end. So pulling line items up that make no sense probably isn't not going to be beneficial. the concept has really been the whole time, which is the functions that the Superior Court oversees, and you'll hear from juvenile here in a bit as well, is that you will see revenue neutral and potentially, is the way we see it right now, is it would probably be about 30,000 a year savings as well, or 70,000 over the biennium, I think is roughly what it looks like right now. So not just revenue neutral, but in my mind, you also are getting, you are getting that judicial, those actual court commissioners and gaining actually more judicial judges,
yeah.
services for Franklin County that don't exist now, in addition to that. So it's really, really good. There was one slide, though, that you had showed me before. Maybe you could talk about it, and that's the backlog.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
how, losing not just the Benton County investment, but not making this investment, we are still coming out of the COVID backlog. And
Was this on this slide?
it was not on the slide.
No, it's not.
So I think, I
I
was
just
just
touched
wanted
on
you
it,
to
yep.
talk a little bit more about that as being one of these elements that we're trying to accomplish as well.
So back about about 2 years ago, when the court went before the Benton County commissioners asking for ARPA funds for Benton County only, because the bulk of the backlog, as you recall, COVID really kind of shut down the court system, shut down everything, and all the cases lingered, both criminal and civil. And we figured back then it would take us about 15 to 20 years to catch up. With 7 judicial officers, and we were working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we might make it. We've done really a good job of trying to whittle that down. Specifically, again, Tiffany, you might be able to help me, but I think it's around 10,000, is that right, between the backlog?
That is left?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, about 10,000, both civil and criminal cases. So if you do the math, there's only 7 judges that can do jury trials for criminal cases, and it would take a long time. So again, there's a lot of variables. There's only 9 courtrooms altogether with both Benton and Franklin County. Franklin County only has 3. So it would allow us to free up the judges to do more trials, and that's our goal, is to do more trials. The data that I quote is that we've done about 257 trials. That includes bench trials and jury trials up until about now. That's a bi-county. I know if you needed the numbers, I'm happy to split it out to Franklin County. But the other thing is I failed to really talk to you about is that we now, with this reorg, we have our case managers, or we hope to be JAs, they're over here full-time, over here in Franklin County. We also have a assistant court administrator, Joe Says, that here all the time, here in Franklin County. That has not happened before. So we have a presence now pretty all the time here in Franklin County, that if you have any questions for Superior Court, we got Joe Say, and then we have a case manager here. The other thing with the backlog, it's fluid, because the backlog, cases in 2018, 2019 are still lingering. I mean, I was just on the criminal docket today. I probably had 3 or 4 2020 cases, 3 or 4 2021 cases. I mean, they're still here. They're still going. And, for various reasons. But the real goal with these 2 court commissioners was to try to pick up that backlog of cases that lingered during COVID. As you remember, it's probably 8 months, maybe 6 months before we could really do anything. And then we couldn't do any jury trials because it's 6 foot and couldn't bring people in. So they lingered. And that was the real goal for that the Benton County commissioners, when they authorized the 2 temporary full-time commissioners to try to help out, free up the judges to get the trials going. Both non-jury, meaning domestic, some trials that don't require a jury, or the ones that do is primarily, as you know, is all criminal trials they're by jury unless it's waived. So I really appreciate you asking that question. So the short version, it's about 10,000. We're still on backload. I would say the bulk. If you do that per rata, so that's 30%, so that'd be 3,000 for Franklin, 7,000 for Benton, somewhere right in, if you use the pro rata rate. So, yes.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So how did we get around the constitutional right of a speedy trial with this whole situation?
That's a really great question. Well, as you know, Commissioner, is that anybody in custody has got to be brought to trial within 60 days, and those that are out of custody, 90 days. And generally, the process is that a defendant either waives their speedy trial right, and that's the general rule, you know, for various reasons, whatever it may be, need more time. The attorney needs more time to research and get the discovery. But generally, that's what happens. They waive. Okay. There are rare occasions where, you know, every defendant can demand jury trial within that 60 or 90 days and go on to trial. And there are things that happen, as you know, the Office of Public Defense, the shortage, that's a catastrophic issue. It just is. It's a financial burden. It just is. And I'm not here to sugarcoat anything. It's going to be an impact. And there's just not enough, as I talked to you about the Rule 9, there's just not enough attorneys. There's not enough attorneys that want to do public defense. There's not enough attorneys that want to do criminal defense felonies. And we just can't get them. And now with the numbers decreasing and the numbers that they do, I don't even know if you got all the graduates from law school, from the 3 in the state of Washington to do it. I don't think it's enough. I just don't. Commissioner Day, I don't know. I don't have the answer. That's beyond me. I'm just a trial judge trying to get the cases resolved. It's beyond me, Commissioner. Anyway, I hope I answered the question.
Yep.
So I think Eric was reading my mind. I wrote down what was the case backlog before the temporary full-time commissioners came on compared to now. So it's 10,000 now. Any idea what it was?
That's a great question. I would just say I can't answer it. I know it would take some time, but I can. Part of this judicial assistant to the presiding judge, the one that we're changing for the assistant there, are we didn't keep Matrix. We were our bad advocate. Let me just be candid.
I guess I was just, I'm wondering, is the 2 commissioners adequate to overcome the backlog and get it back in alignment with where it should be, which is within the, I guess, within the parameters of a speedy trial?
Commissioner, that's a great question. My short answer is no, but there's a lot of resources that we would need to do that. First of all, we need more courtrooms. You need more prosecutors. You need more clerks. You'd need more staff, and it would just be overwhelming. I don't know. I've heard FTEs per judge is like 3 to 5 per judge. Again, that's not my total, Commissioner. I want to answer your question. So is the 2 enough? Based on the judicial needs, yes. But is it going to get the backlog? No. There's just not enough resources. I don't know if we can get them done, that 10,000, or let's just say 3,000 backlog for Franklin County. If we just did the numbers, if we're running 3 a week times 52 weeks, we're not even close. I mean, it's years off.
I mean, your question illustrates the point that we tried to bring out in the letter to the Supreme Court around OPD or around new caseload standards is it is a system. And you can load one system. If you, for example, you adjust caseload standards, is there enough rest of the systems? I had a conversation with Tiffany. We can't find enough interpreters, so now we add so many more folks that need interpreters when we can't find folks that are certified court interpreters. And now you need more, you have prosecutors, you have judicial time, you have clerks, you have court, it's a fragile system, which I think the state has ignored since it is the state's superior court system that we happen to implement on their behalf. But it is a fragile system that the state, I use the term benign neglect in my letter, they just really have neglected this really important system. So, we could get more judges, but does the rest of the system? We can add more prosecutors, but can the rest of the system? It is a system, and I really appreciate your comment, because that's what we really have told the Supreme Court in our letter, is you need to look at the entire system while you look at the impact of caseload standards.
The other thing is about the budgetary issues. The state pays half my salary. That's about all you get out of the state. So the other half comes from the counties. And then all the other resources, unfunded mandate, I could go on about unfunded mandates, but Commissioner, I'm getting off track, sorry.
Great question.
Go ahead.
Sorry, if I could, I want to point out, I think in part of your question is how could 2 additional court commissioners help Franklin County when we say there's not enough courtrooms and not enough this? I want everyone to know we have our wonderful staff who does maximize the resources we do have to free up judges. So what could 2 additional commissioners look like in Franklin County if we're saying we need all 3 courtrooms? Our staff is wonderful about where we can use all the technology that, the silver lining of COVID is we have all this technology. We've been putting it to use by making some dockets where we can digital. So you could actually have a scenario where we have 3 courtrooms going with our judges, and we're able to have a 4th commissioner running a docket that's entirely virtual for a domestic docket. So we're getting the work done with fewer resources. We're able to, that commissioner can run a virtual domestic docket. A lot of the attorneys prefer to appear online anyway, so we can stretch the limited resources we have to their limits, and we've been doing that. So we want to be good stewards of the resources we have, because we can't magically make a 4th courtroom appear or jury room or any of that, but we've been able to use the resources that we have, and we would continue to put them to good use if we had the option of having 2 other commissioners who've been helping us in Benton, have wonderful knowledge of the domestic dockets, CPO dockets, guardianships. They have this skill set. We can use them by leveraging the technology that we have to maximize the space. So that is a benefit to. Which we have on occasion done, having dockets in this room right here on a Monday when we've had courtrooms upstairs busy with trials. We've had dockets down here with technology.
I was gonna ask that question, but you answered it already.
Well, I can tell you, district court also competes for the courtrooms up in Superior Court, and that's another problematic issue. And yes, I've been the fortunate one to be down here on a civil docket and having a docket in your chambers. So it is a way to conduct court. But I think Judge Ruff did talk about it. I mean, Commissioner, yes, we can do virtual hearings, virtual court, like we did in COVID back in when we just sat in our room and everybody appears. In my humble opinion, it's not ideal, but it's a way. It's a tool. And
In some cases, it works.
It works on some dockets, others it doesn't. And the ones that do work, like the civil protection order, the rule allows victims of domestic violence or stalking or sexual assault to appear, requires, or they can appear by WebEx. So those are innovative technologies that we're using. The other thing I think Mr. Johnson talked about, the interpreters. Interpreters are really is going to be a difficult task because there's just not enough to get around. And I think, again, I'm thinking way out the box. I was just telling Commissioner this morning, I'm not an IT guy. I don't know how to do stuff. I need help. Thank God there's people like that. But there may be a technology for interpreting by AI or some other type of technology I think that they're looking at. As you know, all our recordings and our proceedings, is now digital because we couldn't find reporters. Remember, we were before the board. We used to have, 7, Tiffany, 8, I don't know.
We had 6 at one time.
Okay, I was exaggerating, 6, but now we have 2. And now we use digital. Anyway, go ahead, Commissioner.
So I believe I captured what you said. This recidivism rate in the Pike County Drug Court over the last 3 years is 6%?
6.3 to be exact.
6.3.
And 375 have graduated in 21 years.
Okay. Say that number again. 375?
375 in 21 years.
So just a comment with that. I've been studying very diligently with the new Columbia Valley Center for Recovery and all the different contracts and so forth I've been studying. And so somebody coined a term that I really appreciate, and that term is according to results.
Right.
And so that's what you just described. So hats off to you and everybody involved in the drug court program, because according to results, this process is working. So hats off to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will say that with respect to the recidivism, that is, we run their local criminal history and national III throughout the nation to run them within that 3-year period. So it isn't like we just went and looked at Washington only. Doing our due diligence.
Commissioner Baumann, Tiffany has pulled up some numbers for you regarding prior COVID.
Look at her.
Right.
I love it. Love technology.
So in October of
Don't make me look
2022, we, when we were asking for the ARPA funds for additional judicial help, our backlog was at 13,341.
Okay.
Less than 2 years later, we tackled 2,100 of those cases, and our backlog is now 11,248.
Oh, for the direct result. Okay.
And that's less than 2 years later. So
I
So
guess they're
according to
working.
results, it's working.
it's working,
It
yes.
is working.
Just to comment on drug court, if you've never been to a drug court graduation, they are one of the most moving county government experiences. If you've never been to one, I just really encourage you to go to them. It's just not about, in many regards, the recidivism. It is about a life restored and
Yep.
and the elements of their life restored. It really is moving. So it's wonderful that we're still maintaining the therapeutic
Yeah.
court here as well. So.
And kudos to the board to
Yep.
getting your own, which is really a diverse therapeutic court and district court for Judge Orozco. I mean, that's a lift. I recall hearing in 2003 when drug court was, man, it was tough to get it off in the ground and running, and just to try to get finances and support, and it really was a community effort, and that, it has to be. It just has to be. So.
Yeah.
The last question, go ahead.
Oh, I've had the opportunity to go to a number of the juvenile graduations and have really appreciated and see that restoration opportunity there.
Yeah, thank you.
And then, and Blake, could you just comment quickly on Blake? We've asked that a few. Is it what is
Man.
what is it doing,
Sure.
not doing?
You thought,
Okay,
it was, you
that's
thought
great.
you were going to
Where
get
are we
away
at?
So-
from
And
this.
then
But-
we can
No,
transition.
that's
to
great. I
juvenile.
love Blake. As you know, the Blake decision, got wiped out all the simple possessions, and that the court has to, AOC, the legislative, gave money to fund Blake staffing and to process the daunting level of cases, and I say daunting to the extent I don't know when the end will be, but with respect to Franklin County, Blake, we don't have a person that runs it out of the court system in Franklin County. Generally, they come through the prosecutor or the clerk's office, and generally we sign them ex parte, getting the cases dismissed. That's not the case in Benton County. There is a position, how many positions, Tiffany, for Blake? About 3?
In Benton County?
Yep.
2 half-time.
2.5, okay, I'm sorry. Part-time, half-time, court commissioner that reviews all the Blakes. Again, the Blake numbers are significantly higher in Benton County. We process those through ex parte. A clerk, our staff member processes them through presents them to the judge. The judge reviews them and then signs off on the Blake. We have a part-time judge that has, we set Blake hearings on Benton County matters in case there's a challenge to the Blake dismissal, or how many of the cases that may be affected by an individual. And those hearings are generally done from individuals that can be incarcerated through WebEx or in person. And we tap into that funding for Blake that's allocated to all counties to facilitate staff budget. And we don't have any of those in Franklin County. And I know your next question. I don't know why.
I was about to ask it, but you said you don't know, so.
I don't know why. It's done differently, and it usually processes through the prosecutor. That's how it comes to us, generally, the process, the paperwork. And it's reviewed and approved by the prosecutor, and then it's submitted to the court. And then we review them independently by the judicial officer and then sign off by the judicial officer. I cannot tell you the process. That would be Mr. Sant's process.
Okay, thanks.
Did I answer your
Yep,
question on
you did.
Blake?
Thanks.
Okay.
That's kind of eerie. You can answer a question before it's asked.
Oh, I knew what you were gonna.
He's the
I've been
judge.
doing this a little bit. I knew what you were gonna. I just been doing it a while. I better
Shall
make sure
we
I.
transition
Yep,
then
sure.
to
Yep.
juvenile? And do you have a PowerPoint as well for,
Thank you.
We do.
shall we
Thank you.
plug that one in?
Yep.
think I
It
saved
was
it.
emailed. Crystal, you want to grab a chair?
on our laptops, we went over 2, so hoping that.
You're gonna be okay? You're okay. All right.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Anderson and Mr. Johnson. I'm Tim Markham from the Juvenile Court, been there since 2002. Currently holding 2 positions, one as probation manager, and then since Dave Wheeler retired at the end of June, I've been the interim Juvenile Court Administrator. So thank you for your time. I'd like to start, before we get into the slides, just quickly talking about juvenile court functions. At the juvenile court, we have a dependency track and a offender track. The dependency track involves the guardian ad litems. There's juvenile probation counselors attached to that, as well as truancy. So truant children going through, we work with the school districts to help re-engage and connect them back to the schools. And also there's an at-risk youth program on the civil side where parents are able to petition the court, and we work with them to come up with some basic rules to try to help re-engage their kid into school and compliance, and we get them connected to counseling services that are needed. On the offender side, there's we supervise kids on release conditions, probation services. Commissioner Bauman spoke about the graduations he's came to this summer, which we really appreciate the support. The individual treatment court, which used to be called the drug court program, juvenile drug court. Now it's on a track where we can serve both substance abuse challenges and mental health challenges on that pre-adjudication program. And then we have the selective aggressive probation, higher accountability caseload, high offenses, and probation services, and then we have several substance abuse and mental health programs at the juvenile court. And if we could go to the slides, a big piece also I'm forgetting is diversions. A lot of our referrals we receive are screened by the prosecutor and sent through our informal diversion program, so it doesn't go through court. Try to keep them out of court. So the county split is for Franklin County for 2025 at 35.78. Just in comparison, last year it was, if I can read it, 35.83, so 0.05 reduction. And that's done through the Office of Financial Management. That's a census data for a rolling 5-year average is how we come up with the 2025 split.
For all youth ages 12 to 17.
Yes, thank you.
For both communities. That's how they get that
Total,
number.
not just.
Total, exactly.
Not the ones that are involved.
Correct,
Yes.
correct. And it's a rolling average. Yeah.
So referrals, I felt it was important to include this as a trend up with both counties. And a referral is what law enforcement makes contact with a youth. And if there's charges requested by the officer, they send it into the juvenile court, our legal process unit. Thank goodness for them. They process all that data, input it, and then it sends off to the prosecutor's office. And so for Franklin County, it's a huge increase, 114% increase from 2023 to 2024. And it's important to note that these couple slides that I'm showing you are apples to apples, so to speak, from January through the end of September is the data that we're pulling here.
Right. So every single slide you'll see has the same time period from January 1 through September 30th of the year. So
What do you attribute the increase to?
I think just law enforcement, the nature and types of crimes that are happening. It is a significant increase there, and I don't think there's just one reason why that is. I think that there's probably several reasons why Franklin County is bringing more youth to juvenile court.
I'm looking at the year 2022 and I know that was a
Yeah.
COVID year.
Yeah.
But we had a increase in Franklin County and Benton County, substantial decrease.
For referrals from 2022 to 2023?
Well,
what you're talking about?
2022, Benton County 186, Franklin County 553. Referrals.
I think it's orange. The orange or red is Franklin County. The blue is Benton.
I'm looking at the bottom chart, 2022, 186, 553.
Oh.
From 107 to
That's
553
That's
and
an error. I
350.
apologize.
flipped.
It's flipped.
Oh, it's.
Sorry.
You
Couldn't
can
say,
see
boy.
the upper chart shows.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
the graph is.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I was looking at that and I was going, whoa, what happened that year? I mean, did we have a bunch of renegades all of a sudden drinking water out there or what?
No, and I don't know, like I said, I don't think there's any one reason. I just think that more attention is being focused on youth and what they're doing and where they're at and who they're with.
Is there any other program or anything else that's seen a dip as this seen a rise, or that they're handling it in a different way?
So you'll see on the next slide, if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide. So referrals are what Tim talked about, are contacts with law enforcement. Law enforcement refers a youth to court. The filings goes up, but not as dramatically. And so so if it's a referral, then it can go a lot of different directions. It can go to diversion. It can be dismissed outright. It could be a release and contact, like a release and go kind of thing. So the filings are what we as the court actually deal with. And so that is a function of another organization. It's the function of the prosecutor's office, how they want to deal with the referrals. So when you ask what else is done, a lot of these cases, first, second offense, misdemeanor cases, they're going to get diverted. They're not going to come into the courtroom.
I was just wondering if there's some program that one of the law enforcement agencies implemented that, if there was something that we could attribute it to, or we don't know, it's just in the community that's an increase.
I'm not aware of any particular law enforcement function. No.
So go back one slide, though. This is, I think, an interesting, on referrals.
Whoops.
So, and this, I'm not sure which one is the right one to ask this question of. The juvenile is touching the referrals, though. They're coming to you, the referrals come to.
A piece of paper, paper.
Yeah, they call it a juvenile contact report, a JCR.
Right. So they come to you, and what's that point before the court makes that decision, or touches the court, touches the prosecutor? I'm just trying to see what happens between that 460 and go back down to the next slide.
So what happens
and that
is,
180.
right,
What
it comes
happened
to our
in
legal
that?
process unit, our LPU unit, who then forwards that contact.
In juvenile. Okay.
Right. Who forwards that contact to the appropriate prosecuting agency.
Okay.
So while it doesn't come to court, it comes to our office to process.
And then the prosecutor makes that decision whether or not that's going to move to the 180 or just
Correct.
go somewhere else.
Correct.
Which
Or
is
it's been
generally
diverted,
dismiss or divert.
dismiss,
Okay.
something else. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yep.
You want to say something? No?
I was just saying he was asking in between time. That's that in between time we're working.
Right.
So they're still getting counsel.
Some
so
services.
We're trying some services.
Okay.
Right. Thank you. All right. All right, any other questions regarding this? All right. Okay. The other thing that we have seen as a trend in juvenile court is this warrants. And this basically is addressing bench warrants from the bench. So early in COVID, the Washington State Supreme Court issued a rule change about when the bench can issue bench warrants. And it had to be very specifically. The only time was if they're a threat to community safety, which is a little different than what the prior rule had been. And earlier this year, an appellate court has questioned whether or not that is still in effect. And so our bench has taken the position that we do issue bench warrants for failures to appear to court, to give respect to the court, to what you're supposed to do to respect court orders. And so that is, I think all the counties are kind of dealing with how to deal with that. It's going to go back in front of the Supreme Court here real soon, and we'll get clarity on that, whether or not we can continue to issue warrants from the bench for people who don't show up to the bench or show up for their court hearings. And so that is why you see that significant increase for this year, which is huge. We get that, but we as a bench made that decision, and we are following through with that. Any questions? Okay. All right.
This next slide is, they call it ADP, average daily population for our detention facility. And that is what the last 2 years is, from January to September, stayed right at 22. So 22 kids a day in detention. Today we were at 25. Five youth are pending adult jurisdiction charges. One's pending a decline hearing, and I think there was 5 kids scheduled for release, so we're at 25 today. Detention, if you ever have some time, please call me. I'd like to walk you through the facility, especially during a school day, to show you what's going on there. Some awesome stuff. We got 3 Kennewick School District teachers serving these kids. We have, we call him J-Dub, retired ranger, and he works with the kids on, we call it DBT, dialectical behavior therapy. It's skill building. So we're trying to add skills to their tool belts, working on relationships, how to better deal with stressful situations in a healthy way. But if you're ever interested, please come see me, and we'll walk you through there so you can see the awesome work that's going on in detention.
And so we put this up there just so you could see some of the crimes that we see in our court. And I just want to point your attention to a couple of these most serious offenses. The first I want to talk about is assault 1, 2, and 3. In 2019, we had 30 cases before our court. In 2024, in that same time period, we've had 78 cases, assault 1, 2, and 3. So those are assault 1, 2, and 3 are the most serious types of assault. The other one I want to point your attention to is the unlawful firearm in the 1st and 2nd degree, about 6 down there. In 2019, we had 16 cases. In 2024 to date, or through September 30th, we've addressed 24 cases. The other one is at the bottom here, robbery in the 1st and 2nd degree. Those have almost doubled. 1st degree and 2nd degree, 7 and 8 in 2019, and through September 30th, we've had 14 cases on each of those. So the level of crimes that youth commit are more serious, more complicated, and that's why we need a juvenile detention center. And I think our community has supported our juvenile detention center, and I know that you're aware that we are in the process of upgrading and doing a new juvenile detention center, and that is going to be greatly anticipated, and we're very grateful that that's happening. And that's another reason, I guess, I'll just, Eric had mentioned that we didn't do the gravity because it's an ongoing discussion right now. And so we didn't feel until it gets finalized that we should put that onto gravity because it's all still being discussed. So on our next slide, we have some additional requests. And I'll let Tim talk about the first one about the full-time legal secretary that we're going to talk about. But the rest of them are kind of, with respect, I'll just talk about it right now because I'm going. So with respect to the facilities, this is what we have seen increase. But with the new detention center and a remodel, we're going to get a remodel on our current existing facilities. Some of these will be taken into these are being taken into account. So while it says additional requests, it's more of this is where we're at right now, and with respect to how things are changing, we don't expect additional requests. I think that's fair. The only really thing that we are asking for is this part-time legal secretary. She's 60% right now. I'm taking your thunder away, okay. But she's 60% right now. She's retiring on Friday, and we want to make that a full-time position because it has benefits. And if we make it a full-time position, we have the work there for her, for that person, the new hire, to be full-time 100% and keep the benefits. If we keep it at 60%, we won't be able to keep the benefits. So we have the work there for that, and that's in the civil side. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
It's the guardian ad litem stuff. So, the security budget, costs have increased by 5.8%, but we believe that with changes in security schedules and the reorganization that we're talking about, it's only gonna really increase by 1.7%. The vehicle is a 15-year-old vehicle that we need to have replaced eventually.
On this page?
It is, third one down. I kind of jumped around, I apologize, but third one down is replace 15-year-old vehicle for electrical issues, as I understand it. People have to go in and plug in the battery when they use it. Is that what happens?
Yes, it's a used rig from the sheriff's office, and it had all the lights and bells and whistles, and they had to take that apart before we could get it from them. And anyways, you have to pop the hood and connect the battery to it runs good once it gets going, but if you don't disconnect and over the weekend, the battery dies.
Didn't you say something about teaching job skills and so forth?
Yeah, exactly.
And I'll let you talk about HVAC.
Yes, I'd like to thank Chair Commissioner Mullen on helping me out on the emergency order. It was my first emergency order, and I thank everybody that was involved in helping me try to navigate through that. Good news on that. We've had 6 units out since June. It was pretty warm in the afternoons at the juvenile court. Last week, 2 were replaced, so we're getting some air in some offices. And then 3 hopefully will be starting to get installed in the next 3 days. So I thank you for that. There's 50-some HVAC units in those connected buildings, and most of them are at end of life. They've lasted a long time, actually. But, yeah.
Can I answer any questions for you?
I would just, indicate that, we continue to have conversations with Benton County, who really is the primary oversight of operations, about how to assure that all of the requests coming in combined between juvenile and Superior achieve that revenue neutral goal. We don't have the final components yet to put into Gravity, but that is the commitment that we're making right now to bring to you, and we had Jared here talking with each of you to kind of really help go over that. So happy to answer any questions you have of me, or we'll have more as we kind of finalize that, but it's not in Gravity yet.
Well, thank you. Back to the comment that I made to Judge Burrows, and I don't even know how to answer this with you guys, but recidivism rate. I suppose there would be 2 components of that. There would be the juvenile, if they came back as a juvenile versus if, as an adult, they, any thought there?
I don't have any stats for that. I don't know if we can get those for you. We'd have to think about how to quantify something like that.
How would we measure success?
Right.
With our programs?
Right. Well, and just anecdotally, you measure success if you only see the youth one time, or they're diverted and they never come back to court. And so we at juvenile court see a lot of kids, not a lot, some kids come back. But if we can get them interrupted, get that behavior interrupted, then we would consider that a success. It's just how to quantify that, so.
Yeah, I think that the best opportunity for success is juvenile.
Yep.
Is there, what do you guys do that is working well that we need to expand, or we need to, make sure that has adequate help?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say we have the help from both counties. We have an in-house functional family therapist, works on family counseling, goes meets them where they're at, and that's families, siblings, kid, and just tries to work on some basic communication. And it's usually about 3-month, 12 to 15 sessions. That's it's evidence-based, so it's proven. One thing I didn't get talked about at the beginning of this is we have a EET, Employment Education Training, and so we have a probation counselor that the POs, the probation counselors, will refer to her, and she meets with them, does job readiness training. So JRT is what we call it. Sorry for all the acronyms. I'm trying to make sure I don't I spell it out, but it's really neat. So for about, let's say 4 to 6 sessions, Amy's meeting with the kid, getting them ready, resumes, talking about, the social media when you're working for somebody. It's pretty neat. It's done statewide to the courts that agree to do it. And then there's some paid externships. So we work with Career Path Services. That's now just moved by the Gulf University by Kamiakin High School. And we get that kid ready for all the pre-employment stuff, and then we move them over to the Career Path Services, and they can do up to 30 hours with a host site that they're working with, and they have all kinds of connections in the community that they're working with. So definitely EET and family counseling. We work a lot with Comprehensive through our multi-systemic therapy, which is an evidence-based family counseling component. Can work with the family when sometimes these kids take off for periods of time. They can still support the family 24/7 while that kid's maybe taken off for a few days.
Few observations.
I just want to answer your question about the recidivism. For the, Judge Ruff and I were talking about the diversion program that Tim has talked about, they will have those numbers. The other issues that might be complicated is in drug court, there were 70 individuals generally for 3 years, so you do the math, 210 to run a triple I on, and it was a little easier for a drug court participant. I think you're running high numbers in the diversion, but I think I think they can get the number for you with respect to the prosecutor, because I agree with you that the juvenile is the best place
opportunity.
Opportunity for access.
Absolutely.
Just 2 observations, having been to a number of the graduations, talking to some of the kids that were there that weren't graduating, and having talked to a number of the graduates, I asked one of the graduates, what's your game plan here? And he's like, it was free and he has a new chance. So that was really neat. And then one of the other kids made the reference that he just wanted to graduate. And so that's neat. As much as we have the opportunity to give people a chance for change, I would encourage that. So thank you.
Thank you. In preparation for this hearing today, or this presentation today, Tim and I talked, and we currently are serving 650 youth. And so that's just youth, it's their families, it's the support systems, it's our staff are supporting 600, both in the civil side and the criminal side, and the offender side. So when you think about that many youth in our community are touching juvenile court, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I know one young man that is in the diversion process right now, and every week he has to go and be accountable, and there's opportunity there, but he has to be accountable. And
right.
I think accountability is something that is short in our society today, and this opportunity is pretty neat, so thank you.
Thank you very much for your time today. Appreciate it.
Yep,
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer, facilities?
Oh, glad to.
Ready? No. Does anyone need a break? You guys good?
Well, that's what I was gonna ask.
Do a quick break?
What was that?
Yeah, we're gonna break for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. We're going to break for 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, gee.
Jennifer Wagner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do we want to start with the
The facilities, yeah.
revenue? And we're obviously not a money-driven department, and our revenue is taken from work that is done in corrections that we can bill them back for, or doing work at Public Works that we bill them back for, repairs and maintenance, and billing of utilities, and if we do anything for either one of those departments, we'll bill them back at the end of the year. And so neither one of those will change. It's $20,000 for corrections and $3,000 for road. They'll fluctuate a little bit. Sometimes we'll do more for Public Works, and it'll be $4,000 or $5,000 that we'll get back in a revenue. The revenue from the corrections usually doesn't go over $20,000 for the year, so, as you can see in the past. And then most of the line items, we have no change. I've got a few that do have changes, and if you want me to just go over those, I can, instead of just going all the way down line item by line item. The 3162 line item for courthouse operating maintenance and supplies, we're looking at a $2,000 increase in that. Year to date kind of lets me know that we are over, and we want to extend what we've budgeted for this past year and carry that over into the next year. This is also, these are new line items for our department. Last year, we didn't have a line item for just operating and maintenance expenses, so we're trying to kind of figure out a balance for the supplies that we buy. Usually it'll just go to one building, janitorial supplies mostly, and then we'll kind of disperse them outdoor towards other buildings. We'll have to take some down to the annex and down to the 502. We're not buying specifically for each building, so it's kind of divvying up things in that way. The next line item would be the operating maintenance for the Davidson building, which I would love to do it as the 1310 building because Davidson Law Office is no longer there. This is the address of the building, the correct address. So
I think you asked me to change that a while back.
Yeah, we refer to it as the physical address and not so much the tenant that was in there prior to us obtaining the.
I thought it was just in honor of Dwayne Davidson.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. It was a.
I like
that. We're gonna have a bust put in the lobby for Dwayne.
I think you just voluntold him to do that.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is obviously the first year that we've maintained this building, and having tenants in it, and that is for just the portion of the year, not a full year. We want to make sure that they get what they need in that building, so we've increased it by $1,000. So the next line item is our small tools. That is going to go down. Sorry, I got lost here for a second.
I've got it up on the screen what you're requesting.
Oh, the itemized things that we need. So. Yep. It has gone down only because there's three things that we've asked for. The 25-gallon sprayer and pump is for pesticides, and we usually have to end up replacing it probably every 2 years, and that's just because of the wear or tear and of the actual tank itself. It's a plastic tank, and they tend to leak a little bit. So instead of dragging the pesticides through the yard and spraying it where it's not supposed to go, we'd like to get a new one. The electric 21-inch, we'd like to kind of switch stuff to electric and see if that works for our department, and that's on the smaller lawns. And so we would use a 21-inch battery-operated lawnmower and a electric edger as well. We still would have gas-powered equipment for other things, and to see just if it's going to work for our department. And part of the clean building thing is that they want you to start switching over to electric. So The other one is the operating rental leases, which is going up for $1,500.
1,100 plus 400 is 15, yep.
Sorry, my explanations. Thank you, Michael. The monthly costs, and then splitting it out. So what we've spent in this last year, and then we're just averaging that out, and then so we're coming up with the average cost and knowing that we're gonna be over this year, and we wanna adjust it for next year. The building lease, I've talked to the port, and they said it could go up, because of the CPI increase, it could go up anywhere from 2% to 3%, and so we budgeted just for that. We have no control over what our cost is going to be for our lease, for our facilities, or for the land that we lease prior or behind the building itself. The next one is the electricity for the utilities in the parking lot, which is right behind Atomic Foods. That's the Justice Center parking lot. We've changed all of those lights out to LEDs, and we're looking at $1,600, which is an increase of $100 for the year. Trying to go bare bones and not go crazy with the utilities. I just don't have any control over that per se. The next one would be the utilities for the Justice Center. We've budgeted $104,564. It looks like we're really over for this, really gonna be over for this year on the utilities for the Justice Center, which is odd because we've changed out most of those lights to LEDs in the building. That's probably the only building that we've done almost a full retrofit in every single one of the courtrooms that they have there and all of the common areas. The offices per se are the only ones that we haven't done, but those are two T5s and they're not utilizing as much energy as, say, a regular T8 would be.
We have 2 courtrooms over there?
A and B, yes, and it's a municipal courtrooms.
And that's for the city of Pasco?
Correct.
And do they reimburse us for use of that?
They reimburse the county, yes, not our department. So whatever we are paying for utilities is not reimbursed back and seen as a negative or a positive on our side, so. Also, we're asking for an increase on utilities at the 1310 building, because this is, again, the first time that it's going to be utilized. We're gonna have gas HVAC in there, and so we've asked for $10,000 more, I believe that's what it is, yeah. So it's an increase for $10,000. We have an increase for the PSB repairs and maintenance portion of the building. We are signing a new contract in 2025 for HVAC, and we're hoping that it's not gonna be a lot, but we don't know what it's going to be, so anticipating that as well. For almost all of the buildings, we're going to have some kind of increase for the HVAC contract. The repairs and maintenance for the courthouse, we're looking at $5,000 increase. It's the same thing, the HVAC contract, the new HVAC contract that we're gonna need to sign beginning in March. The repairs and maintenance for the museum and the facilities, that's a shared cost to maintain the building at the museum, and the facility shop is one line item. So it can run the gamut. Right now we can spend anywhere from $10,000 to $15,000 maintaining a problem that we might have at the museum. We're trying to allocate some money for 2 new units at the museum, HVAC units that need to be replaced, which is in the capital. Then we go down to the Justice Center where we have an increase of $2,500, and that's the exact same thing for the HVAC. We're anticipating an increase. The Davidson building for repairs and maintenance, we're looking at almost $4,000, I believe. My math is correct. Oops, 7,000, sorry about that. And that would be, because we don't have a contract there, this is different than repairs and, this is different than the operating, maintenance and supplies line item. This is just a contract, so we have to get a contract for the HVAC. We don't have a contract for janitorial either for that building. And so we're gonna try and, see if we can maintain without a janitorial contract, but I really would like to have it under an HVAC contract. And WSU had an HVAC contract when they were in the annex, and it still has an HVAC contract at the annex, so.
So that $7,000 request for the Davidson building HVAC contract, what does that?
It's not just the HVAC contract, it's any contract that it goes with it, or any repairs that might be a vendor contractor comes in. So like, say they have to have repairs done to the plumbing and we can't do it, or they have to have the repairs done to the electrical, which is more or less, we don't have somebody with an 07 or an 01 license in our department. We have to get an electrician to do that. Anybody who we call outside to come in and fix something, that's under that repairs and maintenance line item for any of the buildings. And so the Davidson building, we're not under contract for anything at that building. We've never maintained it. We don't know how much it's gonna cost. You know, I would like to say we're gonna stick with $8,000. I just know that's not being realistic.
I just wondering what does that cover?
For HVAC contract?
The $7,000, what does that specifically, what would that cover?
So
if
that
they-
would be any contract that we assign to that building, and then it would be any vendor coming in to do repairs for that building. And that's mainly what any line item that says repairs and maintenance is covering. So it doesn't matter if it says the Davidson building or the Justice Center.
I'm just trying to understand what type of things would your department not do? So electrical, the facility is in good health. As far as I'm aware, the HVAC system was in good health when we bought the facility. I just trying to understand.
So I'll make an example of prior to WSU coming in, the lighting situation in a portion of that building was not adequate. We ended up adding 12 can lights and then an additional 3 other LED lights down in the basement. That's not something our department's gonna do. I would like to say that there's not gonna be any more problems in there, but if there's a problem with the outlet, the light switches, something goes wrong.
It wasn't that there was a problem, it was they wanted new lighting, a different configuration.
It was not adequate for what was there. It's the same thing with the coroner going into their office, and they asked for additional lighting in the back hallway because it was more ambient lighting, I would say, instead of saying you have these can lights above that are giving you a little bit more adequate lighting. It was a necessity, definitely. I wouldn't go in that building and turn on the lights during winter and think you're gonna be able to see everything. It was really dark in there. And like I said, that's not something, we're not gonna be adding any more lights.
No,
or
I
anything else,
understand that you guys don't do
Right,
electrical,
right.
I understand.
And so the other thing is, you know, if there's any plumbing issues, it's just anticipation, for some of it. And then the other things are, like I said, I would love to have a janitorial contract in there. It's not 5 days a week. It would be 2 days a week, as we've had with any of the other buildings on campus. And then that's to see, I don't know how much it's going to cost. And then the HVAC contract as well. And that can run anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 a month.
You also mentioned pest control on this as well.
Right, and then that would be another contract as well. So, pest control, so And and pest control would be minimal. I think we pay $70 a month for it down at the annex. So, and that's probably about the same adequate size as the same comparable size. Yes. Capital outlay? Oh, non-baseline, $48.99. Sorry.
Whichever one you want to do
No,
first.
that's fine. You're fine. $48.99. These are listed in order of necessity. Oh, I didn't realize they were going to be so pixelated, but, so this is required for the microwave dish project that is going on for just the public safety building. This is the public safety building. Currently, if they want to address anything that's on top of the building for the microwave dish or the antennas that are up there, you're climbing this tower you're getting on top of one of the split level units, you're climbing the tower and getting on top of the building. We would need to put sorry about that. Is there any way that you can
I was wanting to move it, go it sideways, but I don't see where I can.
So what we want to do is just basically attach a ladder to the exterior of the wall so that they're not climbing, anybody who's addressing any of those microwave dishes or the antennas that are up on top of the roof. They're not climbing this. They're actually climbing a ladder that is for the proper use. The privacy fence for the PAIS parking lot. And this is, I'm not sure if you're aware, but we have had some issues. We had to remove any sign of, like, this used to be the old sheriff's office, the old sheriff lot and stuff. We had to remove some signs. We had a person that was actually waiting for one of the attorneys outside of the gated area and followed them this last year. So if we have the privacy fence put on this exterior, it actually would kind of detour anybody from looking at who's parking in this area and kind of help with our security a little bit more in the area.
Are you just talking about adding slats to the fence that's there, or what would that look like?
So the next picture that we have is the Justice Center. You'll have to, it's another line item. Oh, no, the next one down. Sorry. Thank you, Tim.
The next one.
It's the Fifth Avenue, Marie, yeah. So, I thought there was a continuation. This, we've already had that. It's the same thing, like you were saying, the slats were added. They requested this probably about 5 years ago because the COs were walking, or the corrections officer were walking to the back of the jail. For their protection, the walkway was covered with that privacy fence. And so it's just a section of this Justice Center parking lot that was covered with that privacy fence. And so we would do a continuation of, just because a majority of the sheriff's parking, the sheriff's vehicles are back there, our employee vehicles are back there, and it would just be more protection for anybody who's walking to and from the building.
So the answer to my question is yes, it's privacy
Yes,
slats.
sorry about that, yes. The next item is the seal coat and stripe of the main courthouse parking lot. This is something that I've asked for the last 3 years. And is obviously, I know that we're in dire straits, but the longer that we continue to neglect, the more it's gonna end up costing. I mean, we went from, almost, I think it was 18 to 20,000, and now we're looking at almost 31,000. This would be for the parking lot, the main parking lot here at the courthouse, and then the backside, which is your elected officials parking back here. We had it crack sealed, I want to say 2 years ago. And so it would again be crack sealed and then seal coated and then striped, where it's the lines are a little more visible. The handicap parking spots are a bit more visible. And just, we have some areas in there that say do not park, and you can't see them any longer, so. We have, the next one is for the restroom remodel. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed the server room oh, that's fine, let's just do this one. So this restroom serves the employees for the jail, and it is for the mental health and the, is he a pastor? I don't want to miss it. I believe it's the pastor, chaplain is back there also. And so these are the old portion of the jail. This is what their restrooms look like. While they're still functional, it's not a great look for us. The one prior to this is the server room expansion. And I know that Bo from the IS director has spoken about this and said if you're going to pull a project, then this could be the project that gets pulled to save more money. This is the IS server room that is on the second floor of the public safety building.
Is there a way to turn those so that we can see? Because that is really not helpful. I can't. Thank you. Now I know what I'm looking at.
Thank you, Tim.
So what is it that you're trying to do to this?
So it would expand into the adjacent office that we've already gotten authorization to expand into, and it's the court facilitator, which is right next door to the IS. It would use a portion of this office so that they can get to their equipment a little bit easier.
So was there an additional AC into this as well for cooling purposes?
There's already there's the hole cut in the top back there, and there is AC kind of, did I hear snickering? There is cooling in there, yes. And then the last one is the shower repair for the PSB basement. No snicker, what? We've repaired it over the years with a pool paint to kind of seal it, to prevent it from leaking into, and then to prevent it from leaking in underneath the walls. But it's just something that really needs to have a normal pan in it and for it to be utilized, so. Those are the non-baseline repairs for $48.99.
Where's the shower?
The shower's in the basement of the public safety building. It is across from the former dispatch center. Thank you.
What's it used for?
Employees have used it. Employees use it. I think it's, I mean, if we get something on us and we need to wash ourselves off, that's a great opportunity. We could use the jail, but I'm going to tell you, you just saw the jail pictures, and so it's you either get one or the other, right? So in an emergency situation, I'm going to use anything I possibly can. So. And so now it goes on to the $35.99, which and we've already talked about that stuff. So that would conclude my budget. Any other questions?
Questions? Anyone? Bueller?
I'm having technical difficulties. I can't find, for instance, the items where that we were showing that the fence privacy, that component.
Well, after what happened in Stevens County, I think we should have some privacy slats put in there.
Well, and we've done it for half of that Justice Center fence, and we just didn't budget for the rest of it going around. you know, and it's the same thing after that incident where one of the prosecuting attorneys was followed.
where
And
I'm
they
at.
asked us to kind of remove any of the sheriff parking or any of the information that said it was part of the sheriff's lot. We removed a couple of the signs so it didn't indicate whose parking it actually was. But both of those areas probably could use a little bit more coverage.
Security.
Yeah.
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 What happened in Stevens?
I waited for the prosecutor to come out and he attacked him with a butcher knife, a machete,
Let me see.
cut his face.
That's right, I do remember that.
hacked
The
his face
privacy,
with a
they're under 4899 if that's the code you're looking for.
There, got it. So the privacy, the fence privacy thing is just simply slipping those slats into the fence.
So what they would do, it's easier for them to, it would be just doing the slats, but they're not going to do individual. They would just take the roll of the fence off and put a slatted fence. It's the exact same thing. It's just cheaper manual labor if they just take down and put up the fence that's already have the slats in it. Otherwise, they're sitting there for a week in doing that. It's manually, the billing is cheaper for them to just take down the entire fence and put it up all in one fell swoop. But it is, in essence, you're getting the same.
The jail doesn't have a work crew that could drop slats in, or?
They don't work outside any longer. They have no work crew.
They've been, there's a work crew that's been like the road cleanup crew and all
I think
all
Muni
those
Court,
guys.
or District Court, excuse me, and Muni Court also has them, but we've utilized them for some things, and sometimes they have 6 people, and sometimes they have 1. So you might get a quarter of the fence done in one day, and then, so it's just kind of,
The court's probably a community service
Right.
hour.
yeah.
Would they be good at it by the time they got done?
I'll be retired, I'm sure. Any other questions?
The parking lot ceiling, is that a slurry coat, a sprayed surface, like a roller surface? What is the,
It would be roller. It would be a roller.
And how long does that usually last, the seal coat?
It's gonna be about 5 years.
any idea what the difference in cost would be of a slurry seal versus the?
I don't.
It would be nice to know that, how long each one lasts and what the cost difference was.
Yeah. It just depends on how many people you have in here and what they're doing, and we've got a lot of cars that are leaking, and so it kind of just eats right through that asphalt, so.
Right.
It just depends.
Thank you, appreciate your time. Courthouse looks beautiful, so thank you. All right.
We need to go back, we have a few items.
With the commissioners miscellaneous
Yep, we have a
budgets.
few items in the commissioners to go back to. Whenever you're ready, Tim, I'm just trying to get into mine.
I'm on the 101-720. So these ones, there's a couple criminal justice, juvenile, sales taxes that we've received. Those were both increased. Some 35,000 for the criminal justice sales tax, and then about 400,000 for the juvenile correctional facility sales. And that's just, I mean, we continued sales taxes continue to do quite well. There's some other smaller fees that we receive in this department. And then the adult drug court, so that was being reduced because we were going away from the bi-county option, I do believe, and so that is a reduction in here. The Franklin County Emergency Management, that was brought up 4,500 up to 7,500 just based on what we've been spending. Other pretty small amounts in here. Yeah, the two that we went over earlier, Superior Court and Juvenile, are really the two bigger things that have been historically in the 11720, the aid to other governments' budgets. Most of these other ones are really pretty small. There's a Council of Governments assessment that was brought up $2,000 to $12,000 total. Hanford Communities was brought down $3,000. Some of these other ones stayed the same. Benton Franklin Health Services, Benton Franklin tuberculosis. The fair stayed the same at 10,000. I don't know if there's any comment on any of that stuff.
Probably not necessarily germane to this potential conversation, but how would we go about, earlier today we were talking about, the results of different programs. What would be the process, or how should we go about auditing all of the different programs that we fund?
That's a great question. I'm not sure I have the answer.
Kids Haven
to
program,
that.
I've never heard of it. I have no idea what
That
it
was-
does.
Yeah,
my question.
I don't know. I can't say I know much, if anything, about several of these. Certainly I know what the fair is, and but some of these others I don't. I mean, the Human Services contract grant, that's some admin that we pay to Human Services for them running we have several miscellaneous funds that they run for us, the veterans, and then there's some homeless housing, there's a homeless housing, affordable housing for all. There's several funds that they run for us, and so then there's a fee that we've paid to them each year. But yeah, some of these others I don't have as much knowledge on.
How would I try to figure that out, that Kids Haven program?
Yeah, I've never heard of it either.
Who do we send that money to, and they're asking for an increase of, what was that?
I mean, that was an increase that I put on based on just trending
Trending growth.
information. So it goes to Benton County Prosecutor, and there's a contact information on the invoice, Kids Haven first quarter 2024.
It's you can, if it's Pasco Youth Haven, there's a website where you can go and look at the program components, program philosophy, youth resource guide.
Looks like there's some lease information for the building they're staying in, it looks like. But I guess the contact information on this would probably be a good resource to find out more about the program too.
I'm pretty engaged in this community for a lot of years, and I've never heard of it. And I think that it's something that we probably should. I'm not saying it's right or wrong or good or bad. I just
Familiarize ourselves with.
yeah, we should know what it is that we allocate funds to.
Was there one of the others that you mentioned as well? There's BF Health Service.
Oh,
BF
like the tuberculosis fund. What?
I think Kid Haven is actually SARC, which we do have an agreement. It is the Community Sexual Assault Program, and it's in July 20th, the Kids Haven program became operational, which is part of the SARC, Support Advocacy and Resource Center. And I know with the juvenile court, we just, was it this last week or is it on this week? There's an agreement with SARC. Was it last week?
I think
On
it's
the
tomorrow.
agenda?
Is it tomorrow? Yeah. So,
Good timing.
yeah.
And this, we pay to the Benton Franklin Health District. There's a monthly invoice we receive.
Yeah, it's on there.
We pay it, each month we pay a 12th to the 20 of the allocation, and then there's TB control services, TB chest x-ray and read, TB laboratory services. I mean, there's various things that are listed on this, and
So is that something that we're just funding out of our general fund and we just always have, so we continue to do so,
For
or?
TB,
I think there is a contract that's approved. I don't know how often.
TB is actually
often?
one of your few statutory public health responsibilities.
So that was one of my
Yep,
questions.
it's
Is it
one
a
of your-
statutory?
It is one of your few things that you really are obligated in public health to pay for. Yep. And it could go so far as if you ever get to the point of your health officer, it's one of the few areas actually where your health officer can really remove your civil rights, your civil liberties, that if you disobey the health order to like stay away from people, if you recall, there was I think it was in Pierce County, someone was basically thumbing their nose and they had TB, that they can actually involuntarily, and then the county becomes obligated to pay for it. One of the few areas where you can actually lose your civil liberties without due process.
So if we were to do,
Also, just a note, Kids Haven does the interviews for child crime victims as well. It's got, Jeff Briggs just sent a note. People are listening.
if there's any more information on that, I mean, I can look up others of these as well if you'd like, or.
I didn't see any more that I had questions about. You know what? I'd change my mind. How do I tell you? 308, 30,000 fund, the alcoholism 2%. I know that's not a big number, but just,
That's money this is money that we remit this is one that we remit to Benton County. I think it goes out every month. I don't have a lot of information, but we collect money that I think it comes in through the treasurer remits every month, and then whatever we receive, we're remitting to Benton County.
we have a drug court program now. Is that where that they use it across the river?
I suspect, I don't know, and I was on looking at this last night, this 2%. I was trying to figure out what the fund source was, but it looks like it is coming from either the liquor board excise tax or the liquor board profits, and whether or not there's a small percentage of that we have to dedicate to prevention services. And so it's probably going not to treatment, but to prevention, and it's probably going over to Benton County for the drug and alcohol prevention programs that they administer for the county. That's what I'm guessing. I don't know for a fact.
This is probably not the time, but there's been quite a bit of conversation back about 6-8 months ago about all of the funds that we remit to others to do on our behalf. At some point, I think it would be wise for us as a board to maybe walk through line by line all of these different ones that we're discussing here today, and just kind of evaluate where we're sending that. And I think that there's probably some things that we expend that now that we have a therapeutic court program in Franklin County, that we should identify if there's a way that we can either administer it ourselves or empower a program that we have here. All right, I'll shut up.
No, that's a good idea.
This is the Historical Preservation Fund. This is the commissioners. There's a dollar recording fee that's part of recordings done through the auditor's office, and so there's collections on that. Right now looks like I was estimating approximately $200,000 carrying over into next year, and then roughly $15,000 of different fees being collected next year as well, for $215,000 available. And there hasn't been much spent in recent years. I think there was I think there has been I think it's on this one. I think there's been a committee set up to apply for these funds. And so,
I think the board passed a resolution within this year or last year, and so they have a committee that's taking applications. You made a small allocation. I think the auditor is the chair of this committee.
Treasurer and
the
the
treasurer,
auditor. Yeah.
auditor, I think this position, the county administrator, I think there's 2 citizens that have been appointed to it as well now.
Yep.
and so if there's known projects or whatever that are coming up, I mean, these can be reallocated to whatever line would be appropriate. It's ultimately a bottom line fund, so it could be, I mean, up to the $215,000 can be spent for whatever comes up anyway. It's just this is what's projections. Yes, yes. I think this has been used before there was some museum stuff, I think, in the past, and, there's been some small, I can go back and look at some of these.
Yeah, so they're working on the, kind of a set of criteria of what would be eligible project applications, the evaluation criteria to select, so that committee is working towards looking at allocations from this. This is our .09 money. I was anticipating almost $10 million of carryover into next year, with another just over $3 million of sales tax. So $13 million available as of next year. And then I haven't seen many projects that were still outstanding. There was a Port of Pasco, City of Pasco sanitary sewer main Dairy Gold that was $1 million that I don't think we had paid on. And then, I think that was the only project that I had seen, and then that had been approved by the commissioners. And then there's $1 million that's supposed to be set aside for urgent, emergent projects that may come up. And so that's where you see this fund balance, and then the rest is just contingency for whatever the board desires to use that money for. A little over 11 million.
So the Dairy Gold one, when is that committed? And that would have been any memory of how long ago that was committed?
I'm pulling it up. I don't remember right offhand. It was resolution 2022-127, and I thought these had June of 22. 2-year windows, which may mean that it looks like, according to this date, that it's already passed for spending. But whether, I don't know the exact rules on that, but I think generally there's a 2-year window from when it was approved to spending, and it looks like, based on the 6/14/2022 date, we're past that point.
Who would we ask as far as then zeroing out that line and putting it back in with the larger pot?
I know there's a .09 committee, and but it's ultimately the board's decision on these projects, as I understand it too. So
I was just meaning
I'm not sure what the status of the projects is. So I guess you'd have to reach out to the Port of Pasco, City of Pasco. I'm not sure who the lead on any of these projects are. I'd have to go back to the
city manager and the port directors, the leads of those two, as far as sitting on the .09 committee. But I'm wondering about the 2022-127. If that is a 2-year sunset, how do we confirm that so that we can just zero it out? And because if that was a resolution, it's good until it expires, and just how do we confirm that it's expired?
I think just my reading of I can't remember if it's the original resolution, the 2016-211, that was the original economic development plan, and then every other resolution since that just amends that plan. But I think just my reading of, I can't remember if it's this resolution or if this resolution specified it to, it was in one of those that I got that 2-year window from. I would tend to say it was probably the 2016 one, but I'm not positive. Maybe it says right here. Funds designated to a project must be spent within 24 months after county approval. Funds which are unspent after this time period will be returned to the Economic Development Fund unless an extension is recommended by the committee and granted by the county. That's what it says.
So it's expired.
So it'd be good for us to get that committee, bring that back in front of that committee.
And unless I can double check just to make sure it hasn't been spent since that point, because I don't, No, it looks like it still hasn't been spent, so it looks like it's, looks like it's available based on my reading of it unless there's an extension granted. And I'm not sure where the project's at this point.
It's just almost 100% complete. What was the date of that? It was June of 22, June something.
The sanitary sewer project's almost complete, extension?
It's
Foster Wells Road out there, where they've been doing all that work.
it's installed, so that's 14.
June 14, 2022.
I'll reach out to the city manager. I needed to call him this afternoon anyway. I'll ask about that.
As far as, the board was talking about, funds that really haven't had, that, may be able to just be a resolution or a ordinance to remove the fund or whatever. I mean, this is another one that I don't think has been used in quite some time. I think it's just been rolling over for probably about as long as I've been here. But there's 14,000 estimated to start the next year, 750 of interest I was anticipating next year. So almost $15,000 total that hasn't been used recently.
And what is it for?
I mean, it's a liability reserve fund, so it was set aside at one time for, I think I have some documents in my office that talk about it.
Is this something that was created long before Risk Pool?
It's been in existence for, longer than I've been here, so I'm not sure when we. It seems like we got some money back from something. I don't know if we got some money back from insurance a long time ago, and then, if memory serves, and then we set it, and then there's a new fund to set aside for liabilities. I could quite possibly look it up on here. $1992, the WCRP voted to refund the startup of services after the expiration date of the, anyway, Franklin County has received a refund of $15,716, 12% of the county's initial payment of $135,407. And
Put it in the risk pool.
and so we,
You have a line item for that, right?
yes, we do. It is in the best interest of the county to set this fund aside for the payment of any additional premium required or to help offset the costs incurred through liability losses experienced by the county. I mean, if it's for liability losses, you also we've got some liability lines in the non-departmental area. I mean, you could, if the purpose was to use this, we could use this amount to pay, use this to pay first dibs on any liabilities that come up. Or it could just be the resolution removed and.
Rescinded.
Yeah, rescinded, and thank you. And moved to current expense.
Just, move it to the line item where we're paying a lot more for our liability insurance right now.
And we would do that by
As
resolution.
a transfer in.
Yeah,
We would do that by resolution.
yeah, I think so.
Could we, Tim, if we're closing a couple of these, when we adopt a budget resolution for the year, could we in one kind of?
I think so.
one resolution say, in doing so, we repeal such and such ordinance?
I think so. We've done similar things for the creation of funds. We've done it within this process, so I think we probably could.
We don't have to have a bunch of separate
Yeah.
ordinance we repeal it, but we don't have to do it under
Yeah.
a whole bunch of separate actions.
We don't create a bunch of new stuff. One action takes care of
Yeah.
multiple.
That would make sense.
Okay.
You got a appointment coming up.
Tom, do you need to get, but,
Here in the next 10 minutes.
okay. We'll come back, so there's a couple of them that are gonna take a little longer, I think, to discuss. Unless you wanna go to the longer ones that I think might.
Well, the commissioners one set, the 101-680 wasn't until
Yeah,
tomorrow,
it's
right?
not tomorrow, that's it.
Okay.
But I was gonna go down to aid to other governments being one of those pieces that has a little bit more.
Oh, we went through, we did go through.
The very last one? No, 101, the very last item in this.
101-720?
It's,
Yeah.
that one's duplicated for some reason. We went over.
Did we go through all of those?
Yeah, we did. We went through,
I don't think so.
it was this one right here, which has, it's duplicated for some reason. It's right here, 101-720, and then it shows up again down at the bottom. But it had,
I must have been sleeping. I don't remember talking about the transfer
I talked
to
about
the
the-
Benton Fund, Franklin Health Services. I don't remember. I see the Kids Haven program is in this, but
yeah,
it is, I
that's where
guess.
we're talking about the
Okay.
Kids Haven and the tuberculosis,
Okay.
and then the sales tax.
Yep.
And the adult drug court is gone now. I mean, if there's more
Nope,
questions,
good.
more
Nope.
discussion on it, we certainly can.
One item on that, the first item is the HAPO, and that's something that I believe there's a board meeting starting this afternoon.
Advisory board meeting at 5. And we have a separate discussion on the HAPO budget. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thursday is HAPO. Yeah. I would just, I don't know if there's anything else on this we need to talk about now, Tim, but I think your interesting questions about how do we audit, and it's a bigger question about even, performance audit in general, is how do you do that? And there are some counties that have, intentionally targeted from time to time a department or taken a department a year to look at, we're gonna analyze the performance, for example, of our permit system, or our permitting system. So they would intentionally set some funding aside to do a performance audit that will come up with a set of recommendations for process improvement. So there are ways to do it. It's just finding then the resources to be able to go out and do that. So
The resources is the key.
the resources is the key. The state, and they do provide some resources. For example, they're doing the IT audits. You can apply for an IT audit, and they're utilizing, if you recall, there was a citizens initiative that took a portion of the sales tax to require the state auditor's office to do performance audits. And so they have set aside some resources that local governments can access for performance audits. So something to be thinking about, potentially trying to get at those.
If we were gonna do that type of an audit, though, it'd take a long time to go through all the different departments.
Yeah, that's what I said. They pick a department a year. That's the
I'm just
challenge.
wondering if there would be a way to go and look at and, you know, almost come up with a white paper, a one-page for each of these programs, you know, that Kids Aid program. Just have a summary of this is what this is. It's gonna take somebody, you know, a good solid 2 weeks to sit down. Summary of every program that Franklin County pays in. I'd really like to see that, just because, you know, to have a single sheet of paper that says this program does this, you know, irregardless of the expenditure, that's not a complicated thing, but there was, early this spring when we were talking about the separating the court system and that whole conversation came up, you know, there was a lot of numbers that were thrown out there of how much money we give away, so to speak. Everything I've looked in, haven't found that necessarily accurate, but at the same time, there's stuff I don't know.
So Tim, on those repeated, that 720's on there twice, that's just on there twice? Or is there anything different between the two of them?
I don't believe so. I mean, I've kind of looked at both and they look like the same thing. I think it's just how it was set up. Yeah, I think it was just duplicated.
Is there, just out of my own hope, is there any reason for us to think that that duplication is carried into any of the totals?
I don't think it would be, because because I ultimately go to, there's a one that has everything on it, and that's kind of what I use to balance everything. And I mean, I can. I mean, I'm only seeing things on my master sheet listed once. So no, it doesn't look like there's any
difference,
any duplication I can see. It'd probably work out bad for us if there was, because it'd be duplicating the revenues, which are more than the expenditures in that budget, so.
True. Any last minute items you'd like to cover today?
I'm good.
Yeah, good.
We start at, well, our board meeting tomorrow morning at 9, so there you go.
And we start
then
at 1 o'clock.
We come back here at 1.
All right, if there's no more for today, we will recess until tomorrow afternoon.
Thanks.
Thank you.